The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey! Let's go! Welcome on in. It's a Friday night. It's BetMGM Tonight. How you doing? I'm Pat Boyle. We got the Glass Man filling in tonight. PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, and our talk and text line for you to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into at 310-840-4910. PJ, it's good to have you back, brother. We can revisit our NBA playoff bracket predictions and our Stanley Cup playoff bracket predictions at some point, because I believe it was 2 weeks ago to the date that we did those. And so we'll see who was right and who was wrong as we are halfway through the second round in basically both sports so far. But I know both of us had the Oklahoma City Thunder going to the conference finals at bare minimum, and they look pretty damn good to get there. Lakers got served another gut punch last night, PJ, and then they basically decided to harass the refs after the game and whine about the officiating. I just thought this sequence last night was basically summed up the game and the series. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gets called for his fourth foul. It was then upgraded to a flagrant one. The Lakers are up 65-61 early in the third quarter. SGA comes out because of the foul trouble. Oklahoma City proceeds to outscore the Lakers 32-15 with SGA off the floor, and they go on to win again by 18 points, 125-107. So before we get to the Lakers ripping the officiating, did last night's game do anything to change your mind on this series, or do you think that this is a foregone conclusion? Is this even coming back to OKC, or is this a sweep? Because that's how it looks to me.
I would agree, Pat. I think it's a sweep. And, it's funny. These first two games, I actually think I've been more impressed with the Lakers than I thought I would be. I feel like games one and games two have been similar, right? Game one, the Lakers were down 4 midway through the third quarter. Rui hits a 3. OKC calls timeout, and you're thinking, man, are the Lakers going to come in Oklahoma City and steal one? And then they go on one of their patented runs and don't turn back, and they win that game rather easy. And it was the same story last night where Lakers had the lead late third quarter. You're thinking, man, another good performance from the Lakers, because you feel like they probably only had one good shot in them to win a game in OKC. And with how they were hanging around for the 3 quarters in game one, I personally felt like that was probably their best shot to steal a game. But Pat, with the performance that they were having last night, Austin Reeves, who had a terrible game one, was terrific last night, had 31 points. They're up in the third quarter, and you're thinking, man, maybe this is the game that the Lakers win. And to your point, SGA picks up the foul. And just what makes OKC so great is even with the MVP, soon-to-be two-time MVP, going to the bench, they still go on a massive run. And it's just, they're hopeless. The Lakers going home is definitely going to help. I mean, you like any team that's going to play on their home floor rather than play on an opponent's floor. We know OKC is a tough place to win, but Pat, it's just got to be so demoralizing. Not many people, myself included, gave the Lakers much of a chance in this series to begin. I feel like they've played better than I actually thought they would. And yet Oklahoma City has covered the 15.5-point spread in each of the first 2 games. You have to play such a perfect 4 quarters of basketball if you're the Lakers. You have to avoid those 10-2, 12-3, 14-4 runs, or else you're just going to lose. As soon as OKC hits you with one of those, it's game over. And the Lakers, just as well as they've played actually for probably 6 of the 8 quarters in this series, Pat, they still find themselves nearly losing by 20 in each game. So I don't know what they can do moving forward. It feels like it's a sweep to me. And I mean, OKC, just so impressive how a team can hang around with them for 3 quarters. They go on one run, and next thing you know, they win the game by 18.
Yeah, 310-840-4910. Do you give the Lakers any chance to win both games in LA? Because it doesn't matter if they win one. And obviously, you'd assume game 3 must-win game. You can't go down 0-3. Nobody's ever come back 0-3 down and against the reigning champions, have won the first 2 games by 18. So game 3 is a must-win game. Game 4 is a must-win game. You lose that, you win game 3, it's 2-1. You're like, all right, they're back in it. And then you lose game 4, it's 3-1. You're getting closed out in Oklahoma City. Like there's no shot. So do you give the Lakers any chance to win both of the next 2 games, which is, in my opinion, what they have to do to have a shot? PJ, I agree with you, though. I don't think they are. I think they're getting swept. Again, I agree with you that they've played pretty damn well so far through the first 2 games of this series. I mean, you go back to game 1. They hold SGA to just 18 points. They force him into 7 turnovers. LeBron scores 27 on 12 of 17 shooting, and the Lakers lose by 18. And then last night, Reeves, he has a big bounce back game. He scores 31. He and LeBron combined for 54. Rui Hachimura hits 4 threes. He's been shooting the lights out. Marcus Smart has had a much better game than he did in game 1. So it's like 4 out of your 5 starters had pretty good games, and you still lose by 18, and SGA scores 22, still way fewer than his season average. You got 4 fouls on him in the third quarter, and here's Jared McCain. Boy, the Sixers could use a guy like Jared McCain, PJ. 18 points off the bench, drilling threes like they're going out of style. Case and Wallace lighting them up. And it's, again, they get it back within 5 in the fourth, and the Thunder just come out of that timeout and flip the switch right back and get right back up by 13. And like you mentioned, they've covered both games. So I think this is a sweep. The only chance, and it doesn't look like it's not even like a miracle at this point. It's like almost an impossibility of Luka Doncic coming back in this series. That's the only thing that can save the Lakers. The way they're talking about him on the broadcast, the latest report we got on him back on Wednesday that he started running, hasn't even been clear for contact, let alone 5-on-5 scrimmaging. Luka's not coming back in this series because it ain't going more than 4 or 5 games. I think you'd have to get to a game 7 for there even to be a minuscule chance of Luka Doncic coming back. So then, PJ, that brings us to our next point here. The Lakers players, they confront crew chief John Goble after the final whistle. They basically huddle around him. Austin Reeves kind of yells at him like, you're disrespectful. Said afterwards he felt he's been being disrespected. And here are, some of JJ Redick's post-game comments. I'll just read you. I'll paraphrase a couple quotes. I sarcastically said the other day they're the most disruptive team without fouling. I mean, they have a few guys that foul on every possession. They're hard enough to play. You've got to be able to just call them if they foul, and they do foul. He said about LeBron, he's got the worst whistle of any star player I've ever seen. The smaller guys, because they could be theatric, they typically draw more fouls, and the bigger players that are built like LeBron, it's hard for them. He gets clobbered. He got clobbered again tonight a bunch. I actually watched his post-game presser live on the Amazon Prime broadcast. I think he said clobbered like 19 times. And then he went on to say, and that's not like a new thing. That's not specific to this crew of this series. He gets fouled a lot, and it doesn't get called. The guy gets hit on the head more than any player I've seen on drives, and it rarely gets called. So, PJ, I'll ask you, are the Lakers getting screwed by the refs here, or are they just complaining because they need a better whistle to have any chance in this series?
I think it's the latter, Pat. I mean, certainly nobody's going to be 100% happy with the officiating. And I think probably in this series, OKC's got the benefit of the doubt. But when you're at home, your defense is as good as theirs. Your defense is as physical as theirs is, and it's playoff basketball. These ticky-tack calls that you get in the regular season, you're just not going to get it many of the times on the road. We all know SGA's track record. We all know how he draws fouls, and some of those other guys on the Thunder as well. And then again, with how aggressive they are on defense, I just think it could be an adjustment for the Lakers and some of these other teams that play OKC in the playoffs, because the Lakers have not seen this version of OKC yet in the postseason since they've turned into this version of the Thunder. I mean, you can't blame them. Certainly, we'll see what the officiating crew ends up being in Los Angeles for Game 3 and Game 4. Maybe they want to make it a point, so there's a trickle-down effect with some of these other refs. They can keep an eye on certain things. maybe getting some calls, Pat, here and there help the case. But again, it is an 18-point victory. It's 125-107. Not like we're talking about a 1-possession, 2-possession game where we're getting some crazy calls in the final minute that are dictating games. So the Lakers, they know they're up against it. They know they're losing this series. They're trying to find any kind of angle or edge that they can. Really never seen anything like that before, Pat, like at the end of the game for an entire team to be huddled around the officiating crew. It was quite bizarre. I guess, you got to, if you're the Lakers, you got to try and find any edge or advantage that you can. I don't think it's really going to help them, though. And like we said, I think this is going to be OKC in 4. I would be pretty surprised. Maybe LeBron and the Lakers at home, maybe it's good enough to get you 1 game at home, but that's the very most. This series going 6 or 7 games, I just can't see it.
Yep, I agree with you. And I do think it's more of the latter. There were some plays. LeBron gets fouled last night. He gets bumped and like almost immediately fades away to shoot a shot. And I'm stunned there wasn't continuation. Again, they gave a jump ball between Jackson Hayes and, was it Chet? I think it was Jackson Hayes and Chet Holmgren on a play that looked clearly like a foul against Chet Holmgren. So again, there's every playoff series in the history of mankind where you can have some gripes with the officiating. And I do think the Lakers probably should have some gripes, especially with LeBron, who's only taken 5 free throws so far in the 2 games combined. Like, yeah, they probably should be getting a little bit more of a whistle. Again, SGA got called for his 4th foul early in the 3rd quarter, and they went and reviewed it and upgraded to a flagrant 1. Like, it's not like everybody on OKC is getting the benefit of the doubt. Nobody's getting it on the Lakers. Like, SGA got called for a bunch of fouls. He only took 3 free throws in this game last night. The guy that everybody loves to hate on they're hating on him and call him a free throw merchant. He only got 3 free throws. So yeah, I agree with you. For the most part, they're just trying to, this is what happens, the politicking in the post-game pressers. And then the letter will be sent to Adam Silver to review the calls, and this is BS. And look, they picked, I'll say this, they picked the opportune time to do it because it's going back to LA now for game 3. And they realize we're probably not winning either game on the road, especially in this series to start it off. So our best chance is to win game 3. And then hopefully we can get the whistle our way when we're on our own floor and our fans are cheering and going, come on, forever. That instant where there's the contact and sometimes the fans can actually make a ref blow their whistle. That's what they're hoping to do now going back to LA so that they can maybe try, if it's a 4 or 5 point game, rather than an 18-point game, a 4 or 5 point game, get a couple of whistles to go your way that you didn't in the first 2 games. Maybe that's enough to win them a game. But I mean, again, PJ, we're talking about basically like you're throwing your Hail Marys here already if you're the Lakers. 310-840-4910. LeBron, by the way, when he got asked about the officiating, all he said is, we're down 2-0. That was it. LeBron not choosing to rip the refs. Austin Reeves did. JJ Redick was not shy about it at all. So the one other thing I want to ask you, PJ, because again, this series seems like a formality. By the way, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports, Pat Boyle, PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. Is SGA's lack of scoring concerning, or does it give you more confidence that the Thunder, at least in my opinion, are repeating as champs? He's only got 20 points per game in this series. He's averaging 5 turnovers. And as we've mentioned, OKC has won both games by 18 points. Does that make you feel better about Oklahoma City's chances of winning a title, or are you actually concerned by that?
No, it actually makes me feel better about their chances, Pat. Look, it speaks again to the depth. We know when you think about the Thunder, you think about SGA and you think about the defense, but I think the offense that their benches showed, you mentioned Jared McCain last night, 18 points in 18 minutes off the bench. Cason Wallace is chipping in with 12. Jalen Williams, I mean, not only are you not really getting much from SGA, Jalen Williams is only giving you 7 points as well. And then Lou Dort, 3 points as well in the starting lineup. Chet is very underrated. And then Mitchell with 20 points last night as well. They're just such a well-built team defensively. They all know their roles offensively. Every series, the matchups are different, and it favors or it hurts certain guys when they go up against certain teams. And Marcus Smart, you're talking about a former defensive player of the year. I mean, this guy is a terrific defender. He's a great on-ball defender. And clearly some of the things that he's doing and schematically Redick and that Lakers coaching staff are doing, they're giving Shea some issues. And then offensively, they're attacking him, trying to get him into foul trouble like they did last night. But Pat, I think it makes you feel great if you're a Thunder fan that SGA isn't scoring his normal load, or he can go to the bench with foul trouble and they still go on big runs without him, because that's really the big difference, I think, so far in this Lakers Thunder series, and also in the Knicks and Sixers series that I know we're going to preview here in a little bit with Game 3 coming up. It just feels like the Thunder and the Knicks are way deeper than the Lakers or the Sixers are. And over the course of a 7-game series, and already over the course of the first 2 games, we've started to see that depth really take over, especially when you have 2 teams that are as good defensively as the Thunder are and the Knicks are. It makes it tough. So if you're the Lakers and SGA goes to the bench, you're like, whew, well, MVP's on the bench. That definitely doesn't hurt us, but they have enough more than capable guys, and then their defense is just still so good that they wear you down. So, Pat, I don't know how it can't make you feel good if you're a Thunder fan, knowing that even when your MVP goes to the bench or he's not scoring his normal amount of points, your team's still able to roll and win comfortably.
I agree 100%. I think that, again, as somebody that diehard Knicks fan, you can see the hat. I think the Knicks are going to the finals. I don't think they stand a chance against Oklahoma City. And when they win this series, they're going to get either Minnesota or San Antonio. And I understand the problems on paper that the Spurs could pose. But again, I just think Oklahoma City is way too deep. They're way too experienced. They've got all the answers. They've got the defense. And then, again, SGA's barely scoring. So, Jared McCain, who they didn't have last year, again, like I mentioned, 18 points last night, just to get another 3-point shooter off the bench when we know this team is about as deep and solid as they come defensively, rebounding the ball. They've got the size. If you get into a bit of a scoring rut, and some of their guys like that they would normally bring off the bench, like Isaiah Joe and Aaron Wiggins, guys that, can pop for 15, 20 points, like they've barely been doing anything. And I don't doubt that they will have some of their big moments later on in the postseason, but now you throw another big scorer into the mix, Jared McCain, who they traded one of the 85 first-round picks they have to get. Like, they're just even stronger. They're even deeper. Like, they can go 7, 8, 9, 10 deep into their bench to beat you. And then if SGA were to struggle in a game, the fact that they pretty easily put up a $125 against the Lakers team that you and I have agreed, they played pretty well. They played pretty good defense. And the Thunder only getting 20 per game from a guy that averages over 30 in the season, and they're still winning comfortably. I mean, this team is just, they are an absolute wagon, and they are going to be a big, big problem yet again this entire postseason. You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans, and PJ is in for Brad tonight. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, when we come back, breaking news regarding OG Anunoby in the Knicks and Sixers game. And also, we're still waiting to find out if Joel Embiid is going to play tonight. I don't know if that's as much of a formality. The game starts in less than an hour. We'll preview Game 3 as the series shifts to Philadelphia. It's a must-win for the Sixers. Can they do it? We'll take your phone calls as well when we return. 310-840-4910. He's PJ Glasser in for Brad, and I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. In the opening segment, talking about the Thunder beating the Lakers by margin again last night by 18 points to take a 2-0 series lead. Is this going to be a sweep, or do you give the Lakers any chance to win? Probably got to win both games at home, but do you give them a chance to win a game at home, especially after last night? SGA gets his fourth foul early third quarter. Lakers are up by 4, and then the Thunder with the MVP and likely two-time reigning MVP off the floor, they outscore the Lakers by 17 points. So PJ and I both think it's going to be a sweep. And then do you think the Lakers are getting screwed by the refs after J.J. Redick ripped them in the postgame? Austin Reeves had some choice words as well. Or are they just complaining because they know they need a better whistle when they go back home to L.A. for Game 3? So you want to join on that topic, 310-840-4910. When the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with Boosted Odds. Activate your Odds Boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. All right, Peach, I got my Knicks hat on. Mm-hmm. Very pleased with how this series has gone so far, but man, definitely reason to be concerned and have some nerves and anxiety tonight. Knicks Sixers Game 3 just down the road from me in the city of brotherly love here as the series shifts to Philadelphia. The Knicks are up 2-0, but they will be without OG Anunoby, confirmed just moments ago. He is going to be out tonight with the hamstring injury that he picked up at some point in Game 2. There was one play where he looked like he might have got a dead leg in his quad, but the Knicks are saying he's got a minor hamstring strain or that he tweaked his hamstring, and the Knicks are saying he's day-to-day. I don't know if I believe him. I'm just going to put that out there. I don't know if I believe him. I think there's a chance OG Anunoby doesn't even play the rest of this series, if I'm being dead honest. Or maybe that's just me being a doom and gloom Knicks fan that has known nothing but pain and misery for the 30 years of my life. But OG's not playing tonight. Josh Hart is. He was questionable as well. And we're still waiting to find out whether or not Embiid's officially going to play. Remember, he missed Game 2 with the ankle and hip injuries. I would be stunned at this point if Embiid gets ruled out 30 minutes before tip-off. But crazier things have happened. And the Sixers are favored to win this game tonight. It's been going steadily up and up. They actually opened as underdogs. Now they're 3.5-point favorites. Must-win game, goes without saying. But, PJ, how much are the Knicks going to miss OG Anunoby tonight? Because I think it's going to be a great deal, and I'm a little bit worried the Sixers maybe start to get a little bit of their mojo back without having one of the best 3-and-D guys on the floor on the other side.
No question. I mean, Pat, look, you know how much the Knicks rely on their starters just as about any NBA team this time of year does. OG is such a critical part of what they do. He's been so good here in the postseason for New York. He was really good the other night in Game 2. It's definitely a big loss. I think the fact that he's out, and Pat, I agree with you. I don't know if I would go as far to say we're not going to see OG the rest of the series. I don't think we're going to see him unless the Knicks are playing an elimination game. So if we get to Game 6 and they're down 3-2, I think there's a chance he plays. Or if it goes to Game 7, then I think he plays. But I think the Knicks are going to be extremely cautious, as you would expect. And I don't think they're going to play him unless they absolutely need to. So those would be the only scenarios I see OG playing. But who knows? Maybe he's back for Game 4, potentially a Game 5. Bridges, I thought, was maybe the player of the game for the Knicks in Game 2 because of his defense on Maxey. I thought he was unbelievable, especially in that fourth quarter when Philly really went cold from the field. I know he didn't score as much as Brunson, Towns, and OG, but with Embiid being out, and you know Philly, Maxey's going to be the guy in the fourth quarter when they're leading, when it's tied. And I thought the defense that he played was terrific. They're obviously going to need that again. Not having OG is going to be even more imperative for him because you know Philly's going to try and pick on Brunson. I agree with you that I think Embiid, I mean, again, season's on the line if you're Philly. You can't go down 0-3, as we all know. I think the big fella's going to be out there. Pat, I got to tell you, though, now the fact that the line is up to 3.5 with Philly being favored, it was 1.5 this morning because we expected Anunoby to probably not be out there day to day, and then you're expecting Embiid to play. Now that it's up to 3.5 with the news of OG and expecting Embiid to play, I kind of like the Knicks in this spot, not only to cover, but I think they win the game. I think it's a similar thought process to how I felt about game 2, where I liked Philly plus the points, and I thought there was a good chance Philly was going to win that game because the last 4 games leading into that, the Knicks were just steamrolling everybody. They won those 3 consecutive games against the Hawks. They destroyed Philly in game 1. They go from being a 6.5-point favorite to a 10.5-point favorite because of Embiid. And I'm like, this is the sell high spot right here on the Knicks. It kind of feels similar to tonight, where 1.5 Philly being a small favorite, you can understand it. Season being on the line, probably going to be a close game. The Knicks have struggled a little bit in close games in the postseason the last few years. They lost a couple of close games to Atlanta. You could see maybe this game going Philly's way. Now that we're up to being over the possession, Pat, I think that's probably leaning me towards the Knicks for those out there that maybe still want to bet the game or for who I like to win it. So I didn't really have a strong thought on who I like to win the game, but now that I know that a bunch of people are going to be on the Philly side because OG's not in there, Embiid probably is. It's a must-win game for Philly. We all expected this to probably be a 6 or 7 game series, all these types of things. I usually like fading that narrative. And I think the Knicks are almost looking forward to one of their guys being out, and Pat, like you said, there's a good chance that maybe we don't see him the rest of this series. So if you're the Knicks, why would you want to mess around and make this thing go 6 or 7 games, win tonight, put the dagger in Philadelphia, and get ready for the Eastern Conference Final? I like your Knicks tonight, Pat. And when I woke up this morning, I didn't think I'd be saying that, or I didn't think I'd be on their side, but as we're 30 minutes before tip, that's the way I'm leaning. So I like the Knicks to win the game tonight.
Okay. I honestly, I couldn't tell you how this is going to go. As a Knicks fan, my judgment's clouded. I have a bad feeling in my stomach that this is not going to be an easy series. I thought they were going to lose game 2. I really did. Without Embiid playing, I was like, this is a trap. The Knicks are going to be, this is the trap. This is the danger zone. And sure enough, it was a 1-possession game with 5 minutes left. And then the Sixers scored 3 points in the final 6 minutes and 52 seconds of the game, scored 12 points in the fourth quarter. So I felt great about that. This Knicks, like they're really blending into, like they still have some of the Tom Thibodeau fragments of DNA, but now they've kind of evolved as well into the Mike Brown Knicks, where their offense looks better. It's not just the Brunson ISO pound the rock into the floor for 20 seconds before jacking up a contested mid-range jumper. So they've got a really good blend. I'm really confident. I do think Joel Embiid, there's always the risk that he gets hurt again, or that he's not 100%. And so that kind of gives me some confidence. But I really, honestly, PJ, you give me 4 results, 4 outcomes here. Sixers win by 20. Sixers win at the buzzer. Knicks win by 15. Knicks win at the buzzer. I would say any one of those 4 are on the table here. So I really don't know how this is going to go. Because, you would think crowd rocking, Philly's going to be jumping here. I mean, dude, you know how it is. They had to geo-restrict Knicks fans from buying tickets on the primary market. And I think there was probably as many Knicks fans in South Jersey and the Philadelphia area as there are Sixers fans. And that's not me being arrogant. Literally just go back and watch the highlights of the games in Philadelphia from the 2024 series when the Knicks played them. It sounded like Madison Square Garden. It's MSG South. I joke around that the Knicks are going to overtake it. Now the Sixers, they've donated 500 tickets tonight, which is a great cause, by the way, like to some I don't even know what some groups like some frontline workers and some folks that work in hospitals, like great cause. It's still going to be a majority shade of blue and orange because Knicks fans, there's a lot of folks that live near New York or are Knicks fans that have a lot of money and they'll pay what the Sixers fans list their tickets for. You got a lot of Sixers fans that are like, all right, I have season tickets. I can list this normally. This is maybe like a $250 ticket. Let me put it up there for $600 and see what I can get. And somebody will snatch it up, and then they're going to sell it. And I don't blame people for doing that. Embiid was like begging them, don't sell your tickets. We need you. Like, sorry, buddy, you're not that special. You're not more important. And he goes, and if anybody needs money, I got you. Yeah, go drop the Venmo, Embiid, please, because you're making $60 million and you barely freaking play. So I just thought that was funny. But yeah, again, I don't know how this game's going to turn out. PJ, I will say the one thing, who's going to step up in the absence of OG Anunoby? I don't think we've got starting lineups announced just yet, but I would think that it's going to be Deuce McBride,
Sure.
who is a huge, huge player off the bench for the Knicks, a guy that can score. Again, is somebody that's been with the Knicks now for the last 4 or 5 years. We've seen him have occasional big games in the postseason. He really hasn't done much in this series so far. 8 points in game one, with a lot of that being in garbage time, and then only 4 points last game. But, Deuce is a guy that when you have OG out, who can most closely replicate what he does? Nobody can, but who can do it to the closest? It's Deuce McBride because of what he gives you on the perimeter as a defender. He's got some size, right? I mean, he's only 6'2", but he's not. Well, I guess that's pretty damn short. But what Deuce can give the Knicks in transition, is a guy that is a willing defender. He can play point guard. He can spell Brunson, so he'll be on the floor, in my opinion, 35 minutes tonight if it's a close game. And Deuce McBride, I would think, is a guy that can maybe use this as an opportunity to be a little bit more aggressive, try to get some scoring, help out defensively, of course. But Deuce McBride is the first guy that's going to try to step up to fill the void of OG Anunoby.
For sure. I mean, that's the sixth man for the Knicks, as we all know, even though they do play about 10 guys, Clarkson, Sham, and Alvarado. These guys maybe get 10 minutes a game at most. But McBride's the sixth man. He's the guy coming off the bench. And without Anunoby, like you said, there's a good chance that he probably starts tonight and plays heavy minutes. So that's going to be a guy that definitely needs to step up tonight and probably the next few games in this series. But Pat, I just feel like I have a read on how this series is going to go. And I think the Knicks are going to win tonight. I think they're going to take a 3-0 series lead. We're all going to think Philadelphia is dead. We're all going to think the Knicks are going to sweep them. Philly's going to win game 4. I think Philly's going to win game 5 in Madison Square Garden. And then it's going to put a whole lot of pressure on that game 6, because you and I both know the Knicks never, ever make it easy. They just don't. And Philly's got the confidence of coming back against Boston 3-1. And it's going to be that mentality of, if they lose tonight and they're down 0-3, let's win one, let's win one. And then we're back down 3-1, where we got to go win 3 straight, 2 on the road, like we just did against Boston. And I think that's what's going to end up happening. So I do like the Knicks tonight. And then I have a feeling I'm going to be on Philly for game 4, potential game 5. So we'll see what ends up happening. But yeah, I'm excited for this game tonight to see how the Knicks respond. Obviously, the season's on the line for Philly. Can't go down 0-3. We just got news that Embiid is active, so he's going to be out there. Should be a lot of fun. Like you said, the crowd, very interested to see how many Knicks fans we hear throughout the game, especially if they go on a big run or they get off to a good start. Should be an awesome matchup. But Pat, I just fired away on your Knicks, my friend. Money line. I think they take care of business tonight.
Oh, okay. All right, PJ, I'm glad that I've got your backing. By the way, we talked about OG Anunoby. Austin Krell, who I think covers the Sixers for Sports Illustrated, or at least that's what his Twitter bio says. Mike Brown was asked if OG Anunoby was able to run, and a Knicks spokesperson said, next question. It was reiterated multiple times that Anunoby remains day to day. I think you're right. I thought maybe there's a chance OG doesn't play again the rest of the series. Worst case scenario, OG Anunoby plays again if there's an elimination game. If the Sixers get this back and we have a game 7, or if, God forbid, Philadelphia wins 3 games in a row and all of a sudden the next season is on the line, that's probably the next time you see OG Anunoby in this series. I'm telling you. And look, I think the Knicks at this point, they probably should play it cautiously. See if they can win the series without him, because they're not winning a title with a hampered OG Anunoby. We've seen the Knicks 2 years ago. Remember, their playoffs got decimated by guys going out on the gurney. Josh Hart got hurt. OG was hurt. Tried to play game 7 against the Pacers. Basically was limping out there for the first 5 minutes. Brunson breaks his hand in that game. They had Bojan Bogdanovic, who they got in a trade that midseason. He was a pretty good scorer off the bench. He got hurt in game 1 of that series. The Knicks became obliterated by injuries. That's what took them out 2 years ago. And that's the only thing that's going to stand in the way of this series, in my opinion, is if injuries once again hamper the New York Knicks. So I have PTSD. I'm hoping OG is okay. The Knicks are saying he's day-to-day. I think that that's a lie, but we will see if they can win Game 3, even without the guy that is the second leading scorer for them in the postseason this year here. And you mentioned it, Embiid is active, and so it's Maxey, Edgecombe, Oubre, Paul George, and Joel Embiid, the starting lineup for the Philadelphia 76ers. Your predictions, your takes on this, and if you think the Knicks are going to miss OG Anunoby, we'll take your phone calls and your texts at 310-840-4910. When we come back, we're going to go streaking, and PJ is going to look to start a new streak after he hit 7 in a row a couple of weeks ago when he was filling in for Brad. So we'll see if the boys can fire up a 5 for 5. We got Brad's pick as well. That's coming up next, right here on BetMGM tonight. This is Westwood One Sports.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's the Glass Man, PJ Glasser, filling in for Brad Evans tonight. And the phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB odds boost token. Just add any MLB bet slip. Add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your odds boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. Okay. It's 6:45 p.m. Eastern. You know how we do. We got PJ filling in for Brad. We've already got Brad's pick. It's time. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! Yeah! All righty, here's the premise. We go around the room. Everybody on the crew picks one batter just to get one hit in a loaded Friday night baseball slate tonight. So here's our records, and then we'll give you our picks here. Yours truly, 17 out of 21, a.k.a. 17-4. Brad, who we've got his pick. Brad's off tonight. He's 12-5. Producer Brandon Combs, 16-5. a.k.a. 16 out of 21 picks. Monty, our video producer, Michael Montgomery, the owner and operator of batters-box.com, 17-2. He has correctly picked a guy to get a hit 17 out of 19 times. And we got the Glass Man tonight, who is 7 out of 8. He started off a perfect 7 in a row before he incorrectly picked a hitter last week. So the longest streak right now, the longest active streak, me and Monty both have 2 in a row. That's it. But the streak to beat is Monty when he rattled off 14 straight correct picks in a row to begin this segment. So without further ado, PJ, you're the guest of honor tonight. You're filling in. Why don't you kick us off here? Who are you going with?
Well, Pat, my favorite color is blue, but tonight it's green because we're riding with Riley Green and the Detroit Tigers against the Royals. We need him to get a base hit against Chris Bubic and KC. 5 for 10 lifetime against the KC left-hander. So I like the matchup. Riley Green's having a nice season. And this is what I look for. I usually go to the divisional games first because you would imagine the hitters have seen those pitchers a good amount. And Green's got good history against Bubic the times that he's faced them. Think he gets a base hit tonight. So Riley Green will be my pick tonight. Get a base hit against the Royals.
Okay. There you go. Riley Green is who PJ is going with to try to start a new streak for him. I'm going with Vladdy. Give me Vlad Guerrero Jr. of the Toronto Blue Jays. They're playing the Angels tonight at home in Toronto. That game starts in about 15 minutes from now. Reed Detmer's on the mound, the lefty for the Halos. Reed Detmer this season, his ERA on the road is actually not that bad. Against right-handed hitters, that's what I was looking for. He's given up his OPS against is 734, but this is really just about what Vladdy has been able to do. Lifetime off of him. He's 4 for 10 with a home run. Again, just need a hit, but he's got a 400 career batting average and 10 career at-bats against Reed Detmers. And Vladdy, what he has done against lefties this year, he's hitting .310 with an OPS of 996. So Vladdy hitting third. I believe he actually went hitless last night as well. He's gone hitless the last 2 games. So you can make the argument Vladdy is due. I'm going with Vladdy Daddy. Give me Vladimir Guerrero Jr. to get a hit for the Toronto Blue Jays. All right, we go over to Combs. Combsy, who you going with tonight?
I'm going to do one of those things that I normally don't do. And I'm going with the Chicago Cub tonight. Let's go with Nico Horner to get me on the board. Been the hottest Cub all year. Been the most consistent Cub all year. I think he gets a hit tonight against Kumar Rocker and the Texas Rangers. 9 in a row. Let's get it.
Whoa. Let's go. Wait, what do you mean 9? Oh, that's just the Cubbies. The Cubs win streak. I was going to say, I think your streak's only at 1 right now.
I wish I was at 9 in a row. Yeah, I wish.
You were close. I think you got it up to 7, and then that got snapped earlier this week. All right, over to Monty. Michael Montgomery. Who does batters-box.com tell us is a great matchup tonight, Monty? Who are you going with?
We're going with Matty Olson. Talk about consistency and being real good all season. That's what he's been doing. He's one of my favorite hitters to bet on in the league and just kind of watch in general. He's got that sweet lefty swing. He's got an elite matchup tonight against Emmett Sheehan in LA against the Dodgers. 5th best matchup rating on the day. Plus matchup in all the categories I like, such as WOBA, ISO, hard contact, fly ball rate. Lefties are squaring it up against Sheehan. 45% hard contact rate, 16% barrel rate, which is like out of this world high. 288 batting average, 977 OPS. All 6 home runs he's allowed have been to lefties, so I like Matt Olson to go deep tonight. In over 200 games with an elite rating, Olson is getting a hit 70% of the time. So I like our odds. I think we're going to be at 2 and on our way to 15 and 100, hopefully.
Whoa! 100! Monty calling his shot. He said, I'm going to get 100 right in a row. All right, and then Brad he's rocking with Juan Soto. New York Mets against Arizona against the Diamondbacks. That game is in the desert, I believe. So that one is later tonight. It is 9:40 p.m. Eastern. Soto career numbers off Ryan Nelson, 3 for 12 with 2 bombs, though, and he's hitting the leadoff tonight. So Soto, he should have at least 5 at-bats. He's got a hit in 2 straight games, and he's got a hit in 8 out of his last 10 games. So we'll see if he can come through for Brad, who is the only one of the 4 of us yesterday not to get a knock. Okay. And that'll do it. I'm going with Vladdy. Brad's going with Soto. Combs going Nico Horner. Monty's going Matt Olson. PJ is going with Riley Green. PJ, so you got 7. You filled in for Brad a couple weeks ago. You got 4 in a row correct. And then we were like, all right, PJ, you got to keep going. So you were texting in your picks each day. Once you got to 7, were you still feeling confident? Did the nerves start to settle in? Or I think at the time, Monty still had his massive streak going. So did that give you any kind of anxiety? Or was it just like, I'm just going to keep trusting the process here?
You know what made me nervous, Pat, was I took Kyle Tucker the night that I lost. It was Dodgers-Cubs, and I texted Brandon that I wanted to use Tucker, and he texted me back that I think like 3 of us had picked a player in that game. And when he texted me that, I knew it was going to be like a scoreless game going into the 7th inning. And I'm pretty sure it was. I think it was like a pitcher's duel. And I'm like, of course it is. So Kyle Tucker just absolutely screwed me. That was the guy that I lost on. That Cubs-Dodgers games was not good for offense and hits. But it was a good ride, 7 in a row, pretty good to do. And now we hopefully start another one, and we're gunning for Monty's 14. We got to try and get to 15.
Yep, and I think I'm looking at that box score from that game. I think I had Shohei. He went 0 for 3. Freddie Freeman 0 for 4. Kyle Tucker 0 for 3. Teo Hernandez 0 for 4. All the guys at the bottom of the lineup in the Dodgers got a hit that night if I'm looking at the right game. Not the guys we needed, though. All right, take a short break. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join. When we come back, we'll also talk Pistons Cavs from last night, another James Harden disaster class, and get ready for Spurs T-Wolves coming up tonight. That is a big one. He's PJ Glasser in for Brad. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
It feels like the league and the Cross-State Eagles may be trolling you guys at this point with the amount of behind-the-scenes footage they have put out behind the whole Makai Lemon thing at 20 and 21. How did that happen? And did you just not expect Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones to deal with a rival to get ahead of you? How did that all play out on Thursday night of the draft?
Yeah, I'll just let me start by saying, like, we're really excited about our draft classes. You know, as I sat back after the draft and we looked at it, and you know, our ability to fill up some needs that we had and acquire really, really good football players. You know, we were excited. You know, and I can tell you about the draft. The draft, regardless of the round, sometimes the draft throws some curveballs at you, and you have to adjust. But you know, when you have a good process and you have a good board, and you know, I love our process, to be honest with you. The way that Andy Weidel and Dan Colbert, you know, we added Tim Gribble and Mark Sadowski and those guys, the job that they do. But when you trust that your board and your process, things sort of tend to take care of itself. And you know, they did for us. You know, it was a good draft, really good football players, and we think we got a handful of them.
You guys have seemed to be very comfortable, you, the organization as a whole, Omar, with letting this process play itself out and letting Aaron have his space. What goes into you guys being that comfortable that when it's all said and done, there's a trust that if Aaron ends up anywhere, it will be back in Pittsburgh this fall?
Yeah, I think from the trust standpoint, I think, you know, just based on the conversations that we've all had, you know, I think this, like I mentioned, you know, this was positive with us and him last year, and it's I think he would tell you that it was positive for him too. You know, we got to know him last year, and
this is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's the Glass Man, PJ Glasser, filling in for Brad Evans here on this Friday night. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 starts right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show. We talked a whole lot of NBA playoffs in the first hour. Last night's Thunder-Lakers game with OKC cruising to another 18-point win, despite the fact that the Lakers had the lead in the third quarter and SGA was in foul trouble. PJ and I both think it's going to be a sweep. We previewed Knicks Sixers, which is just moments away from starting. PJ thinks my Knicks are going to take a 3-0 lead going to Philly and win this game tonight. I'm pretty nervous, especially without OG Anunoby, who's not playing for the Knicks. So you want to join the show on those topics, it's 310-840-4910. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. PJ, I had a field day yesterday watching yet another James Harden disaster class as the Cleveland Cavaliers once again got down early by double digits, once again got it back to a one-possession game, if not a tie game. I believe that game was actually, it was tied at 79 in the fourth quarter. They once again rallied from at least 14 points down to tie the game in the fourth quarter, and for the second straight game, they end up losing anyway by double digits, 107-97. But man, James Harden, 10 points, 3 of 13 from the field, 3 assists, 4 turnovers, and by far a Cavaliers' worst, negative 15 in the box score. He was brutal. He was non-existent in the second half. I think he only made 1 field goal in the second half. And it's the gift that keeps on giving. It is a tale as old as time. Now, I made sure, I wanted to reiterate, and I want to get your feelings, your thoughts on it here, but I'm not killing the Cavaliers off in this series. I still think they have a chance. Both games were in Detroit. They look good in both. They just, fourth quarter, man, for a team that's supposed to have more experience and is supposed to have a dynamite cold-blood killer in Donovan Mitchell and a guy that's made the playoffs 17 straight years in James Harden, you wouldn't know it by the way these games have finished. So I think the overall takeaway is James Harden is yet again in the process of sinking another team's chances in the postseason. And I don't know how anybody can be surprised by it anymore.
It's pretty incredible how just consistent Harden and Mitchell are in the playoffs. Harden especially, one of the top 75 players of all time, one of the great scorers of all time, but more often than not in the postseason, just a no-show and a disappointment. He was certainly that again last night. My take on the Cavs, Pat, continues to be the same, and I don't think we talk about enough just how different this team is on the road and when they play at home. It is it's so noticeable with Cleveland more than any other team I can remember in recent years. The series against Toronto, 4-0 at home, 0-3 on the road. Last year against Orlando, they won all 4 games at home. They lost all 3 games on the road. The series against Indiana, they only could win a game on the road. Like, they have just been such a bad road team in this era with Donovan Mitchell ever since making that trade and acquiring him. And I never understood the move with Harden, because I get maybe you think that Harden and Mitchell are a better fit than Mitchell and Garland were. You want the guy with more experience, all those sorts of things. But when this is what Harden has been throughout his career in the playoffs, and you're trying to take that next step as an organization, when if you're Cleveland, you figured out the regular season, you know you can get high seeds in the Eastern Conference, you know you can win a lot of games, the next step is going deep in the postseason. Why is Harden the guy that you want to go all in with? Why is that the guy that you're going after to try and take that next step? I just never understood it, Pat, when they make the trade. The way that it's played out, I've still never understood it. And that will continue to be my take on Cleveland. So I agree with you. I don't think this series is over by any means, because Cleveland gets to play their 2 games at home now. The biggest issue for the Cavs is that the Pistons have home court in this series. And do I trust Cleveland to win a game in Detroit on the road? I don't, because time and time again, they just prove that they cannot win games on the road. I would expect Donovan Mitchell to keep scoring anywhere from 25 to 35 points per game in this series. James Harden's going to play better at home than he does on the road. But again, Pat, this Cleveland team, man, even though I think they're better, even though I think that they're more experienced, they're just as well coached. I'm a fan of Kenny Atkinson. For whatever reason, they just have not been able to figure out how to win games on the road. And when James Harden continues to play like he did in Game 2, it's just going to continue to put pressure on Mitchell and the rest of the Cavs to step up and play well when he's underperforming. Big credit to Detroit coming off that 7-game series well against Orlando, flipping the page, taking care of business at home. It definitely feels like we're still headed for a long series, but Pat, all the questions and concerns I had about Cleveland coming in with their inability to win games on the road and Harden have just amplified watching the first 2 games of this series.
Well, and again, 310-840-4910, do you give the Cavaliers a chance of making a comeback 0-2 down? They haven't lost at home so far in the postseason, 4-0. They haven't won on the road yet, as PJ mentioned. Toronto won all 3 games in that series that they just played in, and they lost both so far here in Detroit, and they're a completely different team for whatever reason. Lack of execution, the fourth quarter and the clutch, they're terrible. I mean, they just don't have an answer offensively. They don't. And the turnovers are the most infuriating thing. Again, you look at the experience that this team has. They've been in the postseason, 4 years in a row now? They were the number 1 seed last year. They got Jared Allen, who had a big bounce-back game. Evan Mobley, who's doing an amazing job defensively and giving you next to nothing offensively. I just don't know how you can continue to live with him being such a whiz defensively and just a nothing offensively. And to the point where he's not even being aggressive. The guy is 6'8". He can hit mid-range. He can hit 3. And I mean, did he even take a freaking shot in the second half last night? And, Donovan Mitchell is a guy that we've seen average 35 points per game in the entire postseason in years past with Utah. He averages 30 per game in the postseason with Cleveland. And then, like I said, with James Harden. And it's one thing, PJ, and all the experience that they have, and again, here's Detroit with just their third postseason series, basically, with this core. They got knocked out by the Knicks in the first round last year, barely survived a Magic team that was going to fire their coach and then fired him anyway. When they were down 3-1, they were able to magically come back, pun intended, down 24 points in Game 6, and we were in awe of how Orlando blew that game that night. And they look like the team that's been in the playoffs every year for 5-6 years running now. Again, Here's the thing about James Harden. If you're telling me that was game 6 last night or game 7, I would have said that, yeah. I mean, what surprise, shocker. Like, at least the thing on James Harden is, like, early on in the series, he gives you that false hope because he normally plays well. He pulled his disappearing act in game 2. So it's like, you got a guy that you just can't rely on. You made the big trade. You traded a 26-year-old in the prime of his career in Darius Garland. What? Because he had a nagging toe injury that had affected his performance over the last year because you didn't like what you saw in the first 40 games of the regular season? We know the regular season means next to nothing because it meant nothing last year. You got the 1 seed. You still got bounced in the second round. And you thought a 36-year-old James Harden, PJ, you said it best. You went on like this team knows how to win in the regular season. They don't know how to win in the postseason. And you brought in a guy that is one of the great regular season players of all time and stinks in the postseason. And you thought that was the answer to your issues. I still think crazy things can happen. And like you said, they haven't played at home yet, and they're much, much better at home. But the way they've played these first 2 games where you're able to give the fan base false hope by erasing big double-digit comebacks or double-digit deficits just to then smoke it in the final 5 minutes, they're going to have to win a game on the road. And the way they've played so far, I don't see it happening. This almost feels like it could be a carbon copy of their last series with Toronto, just flipped, and that they might win all 3 at home. I don't see it.
Yep. I totally agree with you, Pat. That's what you have to do with Cleveland. You have to have amnesia with that team, with how bad they look on the road for a majority of the time. When they go back at home and they play in front of their home fans, they're a really good team on their home floor. It would not shock me in the slightest if this series is a reverse from the Toronto series, like you said. I like them to win game 3. I like them to win game 4. I think we're going to go back to Detroit. I think going into this series, a bunch of people liked Cleveland because, you want to see upsets as a fan with nobody in the fight. And the Pistons, for much of that Magic series, looked like a fraud as a 1 seed. They should have lost that game 6 to Orlando when they were down by 24. And I think going into this series, with the Cavs being the more experienced team, the Pistons being this young up-and-coming team with all these pressure and expectations, a lot of people like the Cavs in this series. And now the fact that they're down 0-2, Harden plays the way that he did last night, a bunch of people are changing their picks now to thinking, oh, maybe the Pistons are just going to sweep them. They're going to win this series in 5. I'm with you. I still think it's going to be a deep series. It wouldn't shock me if we go the full 7 games. But I just have not seen anything out of Cleveland to make me think that they're going to go on the road and win these games. Because, Pat, as we were talking earlier in the show with Lakers Thunder and how both of those first 2 games of that series felt similar, where the Lakers hung around for 3 quarters and OKC just goes on one of their runs, and next thing you know, it's a 20-point game. It's felt similar with this series where the Cavs hang around. It's a tight game, 6 minutes to go, fourth quarter. They just do not make those winning plays on the road that they do when they're at home. And like we were talking, man, just the James Harden trade. You make a trade like that for a guy so he can win you those games on the road in the postseason. Just hasn't been able to do it up to this point. And like you, I don't know if we're expecting him to do that in this series.
Yeah. And by the way, how good has Duncan Robinson been for Detroit? And also how good has Tobias Harris been? I mean, 2 guys that were basically, they've basically kind of been casted off here in the later stages of their NBA career. Tobias Harris for years in Philadelphia is a guy that really couldn't get it done when the limelight was shining the most. Duncan Robinson, years with the Miami Heat, has had some big moments, but then the last couple of years with Miami getting bounced in the play-in tournament, for the last couple of years here, Duncan Robinson, we kind of forgot about him. And here he is now. He's hitting 5 threes every single game. Tobias Harris has 6 straight games in the postseason where he scored at least 20 points. So it's like, yeah, we knew that the Pistons need to rely on Cade Cunningham to do just about everything for them offensively. And he's been great, really, since they were down 3-1 against Orlando. He's turning the ball over way less. The assist numbers are up. The efficiency is pretty damn good. but Tobias Harris and Duncan Robinson giving Detroit what this team needs. I still want to see more from Jalen Duren. Well, as a Knicks fan, I don't. But from just watching the Pistons being the 1 seed, if they start to put it all together, if Jalen Duren, the way that those 3 guys are playing, Cunningham, Tobias Harris, Duncan Robinson, and no disrespect to Asar Thompson, he's playing okay. I don't think he's as good as his brother Amen. He's not asked to do as much. But all of a sudden, if Jalen Duren, who's been a pretty much a disappointment in the playoffs so far, if he starts playing the way he did in the regular season, look out. Because then Detroit's going to be really, really scary. If they can get everybody clicking at once. Again, there was barely anybody clicking in that series against Orlando. But now, since they were down 3-1, PJ, they've won 5 straight games. 5 straight games, and they look pretty damn good in the process. So I think from that 3-1 game, and especially down game 6, down 24, since that point, they have looked like a machine. They have looked as good as my New York Knicks have, and that kind of concerns me. I got to be honest.
No, and it should. They played them tough last year in the first round. That game went 6, and Detroit did not back down at all. And they would like the opportunity to potentially play the Knicks again. I'm glad you brought up Tobias Harris, though, Pat. Is that guy just not the perfect test study of just, different scenery, right? Needing to change a venue, needing to change a place. Because as you know, New York's not for everybody. Philly, Boston, Chicago, these places aren't for everybody as athletes. And sometimes the media, the pressure, the fan bases can get to you. They paid Tobias Harris all that money to be that third guy along with Maxine Embiid, and he just wasn't living up to the contract, wasn't living anywhere near to the contract. So he goes to a more under-the-radar spot, an up-and-coming team for Detroit, and he has been that perfect veteran addition for that team. So really good job by that Pistons front office to go out and get Harris, and credit to him, because a lot of people thought that maybe after that Philly stint, his career was over. He's definitely revitalized himself with the Pistons. He's been a crucial part of that first series against Orlando, and certainly these first 2 games with the Pistons in this series as well.
All right, number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Do you have any hope that James Harden could bounce back and turn it around, or do you think that this is just another tale as old as time? We'll take your calls on that. We'll give you a scoreboard update here. Knicks and Sixers underway. We've already got a goal in the Canadiens and the Sabres game 2. We'll talk some puck as well. 310-840-4910. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
You guys now have the opportunity to work with and develop 2 young quarterbacks, but you've also got, if Aaron were to come back, a veteran in place who I imagine during training camp and preseason will see some snaps. How do you balance that? Because you've, I think, as an organization and you in your role, tried to balance the desire to continue to compete and contend now while still building for the future. And at a position as important as quarterback, where it's important those young guys get those reps, how do you balance that, assuming Aaron is back?
Yeah, that's a really great question. Obviously, you're limited by what the rules of the collective bargaining agreement allow you to do in the off season, and obviously during training camp. But the coach has experience doing this, and as you mentioned, he has a track record of working with the young guys and veteran guys. And the benefit is, if we have a veteran quarterback like Aaron here, those 2 guys have history and they know each other. But right now, we're starting a rookie camp today, and coach has the ability to spend some time with Drew, who we drafted. We're excited to have him in the fold. And the last few weeks, Will's been around, and watching these guys work together, it's been pretty cool to watch. I saw Coach McCarthy. Was that in 2000? Watch him work with guys like Jake Delhomme and Aaron Brooks, and watch how he helped those guys become better pros. And, I've seen how he's been working with Will so far. And, hey, today these rookies are here. Today's a great day. You got these rookies. We drafted these guys, and they're here. We can start working with them, helping them become better football players, and help us become a better football team. And look, at the end of the day, we're all searching for championships, not only this year but in the future. So the balancing, there's some balancing you have to do, like your question asked. But we're confident that the rules allow us to do it all.
Not to say that you're conceding a game by allowing OG Anunoby to get healthy, but, I'd much rather be up 3-0 and get the rest on the backside of the series than all of a sudden it would feel like lose some of that momentum of winning 5 in a row and in such dominant fashion. Just how important is Anunoby to what the Knicks are doing?
Chris, he's been their most consistent guy throughout this little stretch that you mentioned. I mean, Jalen Brunson gets the headlines. He's the star. He's the baddest dude going almost in the entirety of the playoffs at this point. But Anunoby is helping them in so many different ways. And we've seen the scoring at times, but he's one of those guys that you need in order to keep winning. I see the point about trying to keep him out there tonight if he's ready to roll. What I would tell you is if you're dealing with what he's dealing with and those hamstring injuries and all that, that is something to be very cautious about, because if he makes the wrong move and he's not feeling pretty solid moving forward, then you're really going to screw yourself up for the next couple of weeks. So we'll see who's out there. The fact that Philly may not have Embiid again. I mean, I came into this series thinking Philly could absolutely win, and they had an advantage matchup-wise. And then Embiid can hardly move in game one, doesn't play in game two, and now we're sitting here a few hours before game three like, is he going to be out there? I mean, this is why nobody ever really believes in Philly. This is the case study. And, hey, they got all these pieces. Yeah, but you never know who's going to be there. So, right. I think this is 100% the game for them. If they don't get this one, you can just you can fold out the rest of this series. That is a wrap, and we'll be seeing the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight. Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. And the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Again, you can call. You can text. Before we get you a scoreboard update, PJ, we've got a texter, Chuck from Alabama. Apparently, Chuck wants to get in on Let's Go Streaking, wants to get in on our segment that we play every day where we all pick one batter to get a hit. Chuck from Alabama texts in, Langoliers will get a hit tonight. Okay. Chuck, we'll mark you down. We'll put you in. Shea Langoliers of the A's. That game just started, by the way. And Langoliers actually already got an AB, and he's 0 for 1. So if you think Chuck from Alabama knows what he's talking about, you're going to get better odds because Langoliers already has an at-bat in the books, and he's 0 for 1. I saw Vladdy Guerrero walked on a challenged pitch, so 0 for 0, but not helping my cause there. Anybody else that we have tonight already in action here, PJ, that you know of?
No, I don't think anybody else has gone yet. I got Riley Green of the Tigers. His game starts in about 20 minutes against KC. So maybe next commercial break. Yeah, he'll have his first at bat.
Combs has Nico Horner. Cubbies start at 8 o'clock Eastern in about 45 minutes from now. Monty's got Matt Olson at the Dodgers. That's not until the final hour of the show. And Brad's going Juan Soto. It's not till 9:40 Eastern. So, yeah. So just me for now. And then Chuck from Alabama, who wants Shea Langoliers, who is 0 for 1. So there you go. All right, scoreboard update. I was worried about this kind of start. And the Sixers are getting turnovers. They're getting fast break alley-oop dunks for VJ Edgecombe. Looks like he's going to touch the ceiling. Sixers lead the Knicks 17-8 midway through the first quarter. And so far, Josh Hart, 4 points, 4 rebounds for the Knicks. Karl-Anthony Towns have 4 points. Jalen Brunson is 0 for 4 from the field. Meanwhile, for Philly, Paul George has 7 points. And again, VJ Edgecombe with 6 points. Joel Embiid, 2 points, 1 rebound, 2 assists. But Knicks, very sloppy start. Very, very sloppy. They're missing layups. And Philadelphia is, again, taking advantage, forcing turnovers, getting fast break, alley-oop dunks. And the crowd is into it. And they just got a lucky bounce on another Paul George 3. So he's already got 10 points in the first quarter. I think Paul George had 11 points in the first quarter in game 2, and then he only finished with 19. So playoff P getting off to a fast start. Okay. Meanwhile, let's get you a scoreboard update on the ice. Wow, it's now 2-0. The Habs, after they got thoroughly outplayed in game 1 in Buffalo, losing 4-2, but it was 4-1 midway through the second period at one point. Montreal has bounced back here. We're only 8 minutes into the game in Buffalo, and the Canadiens have already scored 2. Alex Newhook and Mike Matheson, in the span of 3 minutes, have the Montreal Canadiens up 2-0, trying to even that series up at a game apiece. PJ, you want to talk a little puck here? Because I don't know about you, but we debated on the show last night. Who do you think? And forget about what the odds makers say. I don't even know who BetMGM has as the favorite, honestly. I know it's probably one of 2 teams. Who do you think should be the favorite to win the Stanley Cup right now? Is it the Avalanche? Is it the Carolina Hurricanes? Or maybe it's somebody else. Maybe you're going with maybe you're going with a bold take here. But Colorado and Carolina, both undefeated so far in the postseason and basically just decimating their opponents in the process. So if you had to pick one team right now, who do you think's looked better?
Man, I mean, they've both looked really good playing their caliber of game too. That's what's been impressive is Colorado's offense has just been so lethal. Carolina does what Carolina does with the defense and the goaltending, just wearing opponents down. Colorado, I think, should be the favorite, Pat. I mean, they won the President's Cup trophy. They had the most wins in the regular season, the most points. They've been there with this core. They've won a Stanley Cup before. So I think Colorado's got to be the favorite. And the Western Conference is a more difficult league than the East is this year. Avalanche should be the favorite. But Carolina, again, we've seen this in the NHL before with teams that have been to the postseason a bunch of times, and finally you give yourself enough cracks at it, and you just break through. We saw that with the Caps after being to the Stanley Cup playoffs so many years. Ovechkin and Washington finally get their cup. Vegas, it was the same sort of thing with them. We thought maybe that would happen with Edmonton this year, or maybe it happens in the next few years with McDavid and Draisaitl. But it feels like right now for Carolina, after making it to the playoffs this many years in a row, coming up short with Florida not in it, and you have these 2 unexperienced teams on the other side with Buffalo and Montreal. Feels like this is the year for Carolina. So I think right now Carolina's path with their potential matchup against Buffalo or Montreal on paper might be a little bit easier than what Colorado has. But I think with the quality of team, with the experience, and with who had the better regular season, I would make the Avalanche the favorites right now. But those 2 teams certainly are on a collision course to meet each other in the finals. And I mean, what a battle it would be between those 2 teams, especially if they get there, Pat, and both teams are 12-0 meeting in the Stanley Cup final. That'd be something.
Well, that's what Combs thinks is going to happen. I think he's insane. I think he's absolutely insane to think that the level that they are either that amazingly historically good, or that the other teams that they're going to play are just not good enough to win a single game off of them. I can see Carolina. They only need one more to sweep Philly, but then they're going to sweep either Montreal or Buffalo. Those teams are pretty damn good. I don't see that happening. I think Minnesota, honestly, I think the Wild win tomorrow night. I think they get on the board and win tomorrow night. I think they've played terrible. Both games were in Denver. Colorado's been a wagon this year at home. I think that they are – I still think they'll win the series, and I do think the Stanley Cup that we deserve to see if you're a neutral hockey fan and your team's not in it is Avalanche Carolina, and I do think we'll get it. I just think that both teams are going to be 12-0 going into the Stanley Cup final. That's absurd to me. That is absurd to me. I wish BetMGM would put that up as odds because I would love to see what they are, because I think you are out of your mind if you think that's going to happen.
No, I agree with you. I mean, look, like the Flyers, this was a team that had 90. Ottawa and the Flyers didn't even reach 100 points this season.
Yeah.
Philadelphia needed the second to last day of the regular season to make the playoffs. So Carolina, definitely better than both of those teams. Buffalo, you're talking about a team that won 50 games, 109 points. Montreal won 106 points, and they won 3 games on the road at Tampa. And right now they're in control against Buffalo, up 2-0 in that one. So Montreal's a really good team. Buffalo's obviously a heck of a team too. I agree with you, Pat. I don't think both of ththose teams are getting there 12-0. I think we're finally going to start to see some resistance from either Buffalo or Montreal in that series. I think Carolina's going to get by, but I think one of those teams are going to make it tough on them. And, you know, in the other series with Vegas and Anaheim, Vegas is a team that's super experienced. They got a lot of really quality players. They know what it takes to win this time of year. And Anaheim, I kind of think is almost that equivalent to like your NBA League Pass team, you know, where they're not on national TV a lot, but they're a heck of a team. They're a super fun watch. And Joel Quenneville, who Brando knows very well with all those cups he won with his Blackhawks in Chicago. I mean, that dude he's a Hall of Famer. He's one of the best coaches that there's been. So he's awesome. The Ducks have bought in. They have this great mix of exciting young talent with veteran guys who, you know, have done it with Kreider and Carlson with these other teams. They've won cups. They know what it takes. And you're just seeing it all come together. I think that Anaheim-Vegas series is going the distance. I think there's a good shot that thing goes to 7. I would expect Colorado to beat the winner of that series. But, I mean, this is what happens in the playoffs, Pat. The deeper you go, the tougher the series, the better the teams. And I think we're going to start to see that remain true as we get to the Eastern and Western Conference final.
I love this Anaheim-Vegas series. I can't wait. It starts at, 9:30 p.m. Eastern tonight? Yeah, so probably we'll sign off the air at 11 p.m. Eastern. They'll probably be in the second intermission. I'm going to be, I get off the air, I'm going to be locking in to watch that third period. That, and I'll have Spurs T-Wolves on the other screen. But I love it. And I love what Anaheim has done here. And one of our listeners, Ross in Jersey, actually picked him to win the cup. I think he did it mostly as a bitter Rangers fan that has sees Jacob Trouba and Chris Kreider in the playoffs while the Rangers have basically become one of the worst teams in hockey. But yeah, you mentioned Quenneville and the way that like they are playing a completely different brand of hockey than what they did in the first round. Like they basically went up and down the ice and said, all right, let's see who skates faster. Let's see who can outlast one another. If we put the pedal to the floor here, let's see what happens against Edmonton. And they won. I mean, they outplayed them. Vegas, much slower team, wants to kind of grind you out, and they've adapted. They're like chameleons. You know, they should be called the Anaheim Chameleons because they basically, if you watch these games, like they're happy with kind of slower pace, grinding it out. And that's exactly what Killorn said. Alex Killorn. He said, when we played Edmonton in the first series, they kind of want to get up and down the ice. Maybe we lean into that, whereas Vegas kind of defensively shuts it down and plays a really good O-zone game. So I think you can kind of play similarly to the teams you're playing against. Just crazy. They're not like the Ducks. They should be wanting to play the game on their terms. They're happy playing the game on the other team's terms, and they're winning. And they're winning. They're like, John Jones, right? Famously, one of the best UFC fighters of all times. He would basically fight to the style of the guy that he was fighting, and he would beat him at that style. So I think it's crazy. And the other absurd stat I've seen about the Ducks so far is that this year they were 24-6-6 in 1-goal games in the regular season. So like 24-6-6, and they're 1-1 so far in the playoffs. They have no problem playing games that are tight, and that's kind of, I think, going to help them out in this Vegas series. I didn't see the light. I picked Edmonton to get to the Cup, PJ. We can revisit our bracket in a little bit, but I'm starting to kind of root if there is a team that could really maybe throw that collision course of Avalanche Hurricanes completely out of whack. Maybe it is the freaking Anaheim Ducks, man.
It certainly might be. It's a great point you bring up about what makes a good team is them being able to play at different styles. And the total for Vegas and Anaheim tonight is 6.5. So, I mean, odds makers are still expecting there to be plenty of goals. It's certainly not the pace and maybe the level of goal scoring that we saw in the first round against Edmonton, but Anaheim's ability to be able to play games and win games 6-5 or win them 2-1, I think speaks to how good of a team you are. And that's really what makes teams win championships, is if you can win games in a multitude of ways. It's very similar to like a team that wins March Madness, Pat. You know, like you look at Michigan's path, they had to go up against teams like St. Louis and Alabama that want to go up and down and win games first to 90, first to 100. And then Michigan can turn around and beat teams like Tennessee and UConn that want to muck it up and play games in the 60s. Ducks have a similar feel where they can do multiple things. You want to play games where it's 1st to 6, we can do that. You want to play games where it's 1st to 2, we can do that as well. I'm with you. Anaheim definitely feels like that dangerous team. And just from a watchability standpoint, I really hope it ends up being Ducks in Colorado, because my God, to watch those two teams skate around and all the action that we would get, and the totals would probably be set at 7. It'd probably be the first to 5 or 6 goals every single night. That would be a hell of a Western Conference final. So hoping we get Ducks and Avalanche in the next round. And Pat, honestly, I think we will. Even though I think that this Vegas series is going to be a deep one, I think Anaheim's going to get by.
I want to go back to Carolina because, you know, Freddie Anderson, who's been amazing. I mean, he's always amazing in the first 2 rounds, but part of the reason why the Hurricanes have been knocked out, the conference finals, the second round, conference finals over the last few years here, Freddie Anderson, all of a sudden, I don't know if he gets nervous. I don't know if there's just like one thing that breaks down, whether it's his glove or his blocker, and then you just pepper it because you know another mistake is coming. Like, can Freddie Anderson be solid all the way throughout the entire postseason for Carolina? And can the Hurricanes penalty kill be solid all the way throughout the postseason? Because they'll give up their fair share of penalties, and they did last night. Again, this series, they're going up against the Flyers, who had literally dead last, worst power play in all of hockey. And they had a 5-on-3 last night to try to get the game back within a. I think it was at one point, I think they were down by 1. They had a 5-on-3. They don't score. Carolina scores immediately, like right after that. So when they go up against a team with a great power play, if it is Buffalo, then I wonder if Carolina's strength all of a sudden becomes their weakness. And if Freddie Anderson, can he be a tremendous goaltender that is so tough to beat all the way through? Because Carolina's kind of like, you know, they're another team. Like they could fool you with how great they play in the first 2 rounds. You mentioned they're playing 2 teams that didn't get 100 points. They're going to play a team that had 100 points next round. So it feels like the Avalanche are the wagon. They're the President's Trophy winners, but we know that the curse is there. But then again, you have Carolina with their blemishes at a team that routinely thoroughly outplays the other team in the first round or 2. And then they hit that stumbling block in the conference finals. And I wonder if we're going to see that again this year.
We could. And to your point about Freddie Anderson, he has been so good through the first 7 games. Neither Philly or Ottawa has been able to score 3 goals yet against Carolina, which tells you how great he's been and how good the defense has been. And I think that's my big question about Carolina. I was just talking about the Ducks and how they can win low-scoring games or high-scoring games. We haven't seen that yet out of Carolina. They haven't needed to win like a 5-4 game yet. And at some point, whether it's the next series against Buffalo or Montreal, or certainly if they get Colorado potentially or one of the Western Conference teams, they're going to have a game or 2 where Freddie Anderson just doesn't have it, or the other team scoring goals. And that's going to be the difference for Carolina. Because, Pat, to your point, I mean, when you get to the Eastern Conference final, you're going up against teams that could score, man. I mean, you're going up against teams that average 3.5 goals per game or even more during the regular season. Those Florida teams the last couple of years obviously have had great offenses, and Carolina just has not been able to match that firepower. So the deeper that they go, they're going to need to do that. Anderson's going to need to continue to be great in net. Obviously, he's going to need to continue to play the way that he's playing. But if Carolina wants to win the title and get over the hump, they're going to need ways to win shootouts. They're going to need to find ways to win high-scoring games. They haven't needed to do it yet, but at some point, Pat, they're going to need to be able to do that.
310-840-4910, the number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. When we come back, we'll get you a scoreboard update, Knicks and Sixers, and the Sabres and the Canadiens. And we'll look forward to Spurs T-Wolves massive Game 3 coming up tonight between Minnesota and San Antonio. And is Anthony Edwards going to suit up and play? And can you expect a prideful bounce-back effort from the T-Wolves after they got absolutely annihilated in Game 2 the other night? He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
You guys have seemed to be very comfortable, you, the organization as a whole, Omar, with letting this process play itself out and letting Aaron have his space. What goes into you guys being that comfortable that when it's all said and done, there's a trust that if Aaron ends up anywhere, it will be back in Pittsburgh this fall?
Yeah, I think from the trust standpoint, I think, just based on the conversations that we've all had, I think this, like I mentioned, this was positive with us and him last year. And it's, I think he would tell you that it was positive for him too. We got to know him last year, and, it was cool, and, Aaron's an extremely intelligent person. And I've said this before, pound for pound, one of the toughest people I've ever met. And, it was good. And, from the rest of your question, I'll just say, right now the opportunity to focus on some of these young guys out here and it's what we do. Some of these young guys need developed, and new coaching staff, and a lot going on, a lot of new faces, and there's a lot of situations where people just don't know each other, and this is a great opportunity for us to get to know them, and them to get to know who we are.
Did he hurt himself by maybe playing hardball with the Niners right out of the gate early in free agency negotiations? And what do you think, if that wasn't it, what do you think caused him to sit around so long?
Yeah, I think he probably had greater expectations than what the market was going to bear. The Vikings are a good fit for him, though. But obviously, he is now sort of on a prove-it deal. It's a one-year deal, and he can. That was probably the smart thing to do, and get another bite at the apple next year. He has to hope that he has a big season and he gets the money that he felt he should have this year. But yeah, I think he probably went in with bigger expectations and priced himself out. If you look at the 49ers, like that was the best place for him. Right? Like they need wide receiver help. And, he had a big role there last year and he played well there. I suspect that this 1 year he will be highly, highly motivated in this year to show that he is worth more than he's making right now.
It feels like the league and the Cross-State Eagles may be trolling you guys at this point with the amount of behind-the-scenes footage they have put out behind the whole Makai Lemon thing at 20 and 21. How did that happen? And did you just not expect Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones to deal with a rival to get ahead of you? How did that all play out on Thursday night of the draft?
Yeah, I'll just let me start by saying, like, we're really excited about our draft classes. As I sat back after the draft and we looked at it, and our ability to fill up some needs that we had and acquire really, really good football players. We were excited. And I can tell you about the draft. The draft, regardless of the round, sometimes the draft throws some curveballs at you, and you have to adjust. But when you have a good process and you have a good board, and I love our process, to be honest with you. The way that Andy Weidel and Dan Colbert, we added Tim Gribble and Mark Sadowski and those guys, the job that they do. But when you trust that your board and your process, things sort of tend to take care of itself. And they did for us. It was a good draft, really good football players, and we think we got a handful of them.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. I almost said PJ. Hey, PJ. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. And the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. Here's your playoff scoreboard update. After a brutal start, the Knicks have gotten right back in this thing. Early second quarter, 10.5 minutes left to go in the second quarter, and Josh Hart is going to be taking 2 free throws to try to tie the game up. It's 33-31. Sixers lead it. For Philadelphia, it's all playoff P. Paul George on a heater to start this game, just like he was last game. He's got 15 points. 3 3-pointers already. VJ Edgecombe has 6, and then Embiid, Oubre, and Maxey all have 4 for Philly. Meanwhile, for the Knicks, 4 players have 5 points or more. Karl-Anthony Towns, Josh Hart, Mikal Bridges, and Jalen Brunson. And then off the bench, shout out Landry Shamet. My guy Landry Shamet with OG Anunoby not playing tonight. Somebody had to step up. I thought it was going to be Deuce McBride, and Deuce already has 2 blocks, but he hasn't scored any points. Landry Shamet, 7 points off the bench. Have yourself a start to the game. And PJ, after watching the Knicks get down by 12 points early on in the first quarter, I bet you're feeling good about my Knicks as they have, again, clawed their way back here only inside the first 2 minutes of the second quarter. They're already back within 2 points because Hart missed both free throws.
Yep, Shamet's playing great against his former team. Again, whenever a starter's out like OG Anunoby, you need somebody to step up, and so far Shamet's been that guy. Knicks did a great job at weathering the storm. Philly, as you would imagine, down 0-2 in the series on their home floor, came out, ton of energy, got out to a 7-0 lead, 18-7 lead. But the Knicks starting to chip away, only down by 2, and now we've got ourselves a game. Feels like they're settling in a little bit in this one. Probably going to be a close one all the way down to the wire. So feeling good about how the Knicks are playing. Embiid looks pretty solid as well, even though he hasn't really been that effective from a just moving around standpoint after missing the last game. Looks pretty good, but Shamet, I mean, definitely the big story, Pat, so far here in game 3. 13 points already, and Knicks have tied it all up at 33.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 13-4 run for the Knicks. And Embiid, by the way, he's trying to flop, and they're not giving it to him. Last possession, he basically just bulldozed his way into Karl-Anthony Towns and uncontrollably and threw up a shot and fell down. Didn't get the call, and it leads to a fast break dunk for Landry Shamet. So I'm loving every single minute of this. Knicks, they got to cut down the turnovers, though. They've already got 7 of them. Got it. 7 turnovers. We're not even 3 minutes into the second quarter. That's completely unacceptable. They have to stop turning the ball over. And they just turned it over again, as I said that. And it's going to lead to a fast break layup. And sure enough, I mean, come on. 8 turnovers. What are we doing? All right.
Pat,
on the ice, it's still 2. Go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say, at the jump, we talked about Lakers Thunder and the officiating being a big story because the Lakers were pretty upset with how the game was called last night. They are definitely letting them play tonight in Philly between the Knicks and the Sixers. So you want to foul in this game, I mean, you might have to show some blood on the floor because they are definitely letting them get away with some contact.
Yeah, that's a great point. They really are. So far, the Knicks have taken 2 free throws. The Sixers have taken 4. That's it. Only 6 combined free throw attempts, and we are about 16 minutes into this puppy. Tied at 35. All right, on the ice, we mentioned last segment, the Montreal Canadiens got off to a blazing start, and that is what it is going to be after the first period. 2-0 Canadiens, although it looks like they're going to go on the power play as well here with just a couple of seconds left to go in the first period. So Montreal up 2-0. After they lose game 1, trying to tie this series up at 1 game apiece. All right, PJ, let's preview a little Minnesota-San Antonio here. Game 3 coming up later on as the series now shifts to Minnesota. The T-Wolves went on the road, stole game 1 with, at the time, Anthony Edwards not having played in 9 days because of the hyperextended left knee and bone bruise. He miraculously returns, scores 18 points in 25 minutes, and Minnesota wins game 1 on the road. Game 2, they just got their doors blown off from start to finish. It kind of looked like they went into that game like, all right, we already got 1 game. We're good. We're not going to try to get hurt any more than we already are. San Antonio, desperation mode, and they took it to them from start to finish. A 38-point win. Now that it goes to Minnesota, the Spurs are 6.5-point favorites in this game here. And Anthony Edwards is still questionable. Although I'd be surprised after playing the first 2 games if he doesn't play this one. And after playing 25 minutes in game 1, he played 24 minutes in game 2. But again, the blowout had a lot to do with that. Ayo Dosunmu now questionable. He was nursing a calf injury. They're listing him with a heel injury. Didn't play the final game against Denver. Didn't play game 1 against San Antonio. And only played 10 minutes last game and didn't score a point. So Minnesota's still dealing with the injuries. DiVincenzo, the torn Achilles as well. But now they're home. And after getting their breaks beat off of them, I'm expecting a prideful performance tonight from the T-Wolves. Like, I'm expecting to get the best version of Minnesota. And that's the thing that's so crazy about this team is they are so unpredictable. They have so many different, a huge spectrum of what kind of team they play like. I think you get the best version of Minnesota tonight. I think they win this game. I said after game 1, they're flat out the better team. San Antonio bounced back and beat the you-know-what out of them in game 2. But now, here back at home, I think you get the best effort from Minnesota, and I think it's going to be good enough for a win.
So, Pat, this is the first time we're doing a show together in a week. So this is the first time we're talking about this series. I actually bet Minnesota when Edwards got hurt and coming into this series, we weren't sure what game he'd be back for. I looked at the futures odds for Minnesota. They were 150 to 1 to win the NBA championship before the Spurs series even started. And I said, in no world should Minnesota be 150 to 1 when Edwards could be coming back potentially game 3, game 4. Then we get the Shams report that he's going to be playing in game 1. That drops all the way down to 80 to 1. So I got 150 to 1 in my pocket on Wolves to win the title. And I got them plus 550 to win this series because I love these kinds of matchups in sports when everybody just expects an OKC San Antonio Western Conference final. Everybody just expects a collision course with those 2 teams. And one of these series is going to be longer than people thought, or maybe we're even going to get an upset. And with the Lakers Thunder series looking like it is, it feels like this is the series. It's going to be competitive. Minnesota takes game 1. I agree with you. Game 2, Minnesota, maybe early on, you think, man, can we get greedy? Can we steal another? San Antonio plays great at the jump, and then it's just a blowout the rest of the way. Wolves are 3-0 on their home floor so far this postseason, winning all 3 of those games against Denver. Great home environment. They play different at home. They're feisty at home. That defense is awesome at home. Again, Wemby's an alien. Like, there's really no stopping that guy. But if there's somebody you'd like to try and contain him, it's Gobert. Edwards, I think, shows up tonight. Randall, the role players playing better at home. Minnesota did what they needed to do, getting a split on the road. and flipping home court back to their favor. I think they take care of business tonight, Pat. I took them on the money line to win the game at plus 180. So I like Minnesota. I agree with you, man. I think they might be better, even with the DiVincenzo injury. So I'll take the Wolves not only to win tonight, I still like them to win the series.
Yeah. By the way, how about Munitaka Murakami just went deep in his first at bat tonight. And we were talking to our video producer, Michael Montgomery, and we asked him, like, who do you like tonight? He goes, oh, who do I don't? First person he mentioned, he liked Munitaka Murakami to not only go over his hits plus runs plus RBIs, but to go deep, and he goes Yabo in his first at-bat. I mean, the legend of Michael Montgomery grows stronger. Grows even stronger. My
sure
goodness.
Does.
All righty. We'll talk more about Spurs T-Wolves because I want to get more into Wemby and Gobert and what kind of role Keldon Johnson plays in this series. There's a lot of fascinating angles to look at. But when we come back, we're going to talk some more puck. Chris Meany from NHL.com will join us to talk Stanley Cup playoffs. He's PJ Glasser in for Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
You guys now have the opportunity to work with and develop two young quarterbacks, but you've also got, if Aaron were to come back, a veteran in place who I imagine during training camp and preseason will see some snaps. How do you balance that? Because you've, I think, as an organization and you in your role, tried to balance the desire to continue to compete and contend now while still building for the future. And at a position as important as quarterback, where it's important those young guys get those reps, how do you balance that, assuming Aaron is back?
Yeah, that's a really great question. Obviously, you're limited by what the rules of the collective bargaining agreement allow you to do in the off season and obviously during training camp. But the coach has experience doing this, and as you mentioned, he has a track record of working with the young guys and veteran guys. And the benefit is, if we have a veteran quarterback like Aaron here, those two guys have history and they know each other. But right now, we're starting a rookie camp today, and coach has the ability to spend some time with Drew, who we drafted. We're excited to have him in the fold. And the last few weeks, Will's been around, and watching these guys work together, it's been pretty cool to watch. I saw Coach McCarthy. Was that in 2000? Watch him work with guys like Jake Delhomme and Aaron Brooks, and watch how he helped those guys become better pros. And I've seen how he's been working with Will so far. And hey, today these rookies are here. Today's a great day. You got these rookies. We drafted these guys, and they're here. We can start working with them, helping them become better football players, and help us become a better football team. And look, at the end of the day, we're all searching for championships, not only this year, but in the future. So the balancing, there's some balancing you have to do, like your question asked, but we're confident that the rules allow us to do it all.
Not to say that you're conceding a game by allowing OG Anunoby to get healthy, but, I'd much rather be up 3-0 and get the rest on the backside of the series than all of a sudden it would feel like lose some of that momentum of winning 5 in a row and in such dominant fashion. Just how important is Anunoby to what the Knicks are doing?
Chris, he's been their most consistent guy throughout this little stretch that you mentioned. I mean, Jalen Brunson gets the headlines. He's the star. He's the baddest dude going almost in the entirety of the playoffs at this point. But Anunoby is helping them in so many different ways. And we've seen the scoring at times, but he's one of those guys that you need in order to keep winning. I see the point about trying to keep him out there tonight if he's ready to roll. What I would tell you is if you're dealing with what he's dealing with and those hamstring injuries and all that, yeah, that is something to be very cautious about, because if he makes the wrong move and he's not feeling pretty solid moving forward, then you're really going to screw yourself up for the next couple of weeks. So we'll see who's out there. The fact that Philly may not have Embiid again. I mean, I came into this series thinking Philly could absolutely win, and they had an advantage matchup-wise. And then Embiid can hardly move in game one, doesn't play in game two, and now we're sitting here a few hours before game three like, is he going to be out there? I mean, this is why nobody ever really believes in Philly. This is the case study, and hey, they got all these pieces. Yeah, but you never know who's going to be there. So I think this is 100% the game for them. If they don't get this one, you can just you can fold out the rest of this series. That is a wrap, and we'll be seeing the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals.
The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. We got the Glass Man in for Brad tonight. PJ Glasser's filling in for Brad Evans. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 starts right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. All right, we'll get you a scoreboard update here in a bit on Knicks and Sixers and the Habs and the Sabres. But let's talk some puck, shall we? Let's talk some Stanley Cup playoffs here as we go to the guest line and we bring in Chris Meany, who does fantasy, betting, and edge stats for NHL.com and NHL Media. You can find him on Twitter at Chris Meany, Meaney. Chris, it's Pat and PJ. Appreciate you joining the show, brother. How are you?
Hey, fellas. Happy Friday. Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me.
Hell yeah, man. Chris, we debated on the show last night and a little bit earlier here today. Is there a reality, in your opinion, where the Avalanche or the Hurricanes go undefeated into the Stanley Cup final? And is that the Stanley Cup that all neutral hockey fans should be rooting for? Because in my opinion, these are clearly two wagons on a collision course to meet one another right now.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, guys. I know they were 1-2 in terms of shortest odds heading into the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Avs have been Stanley Cup favorites since the puck dropped on the season, and rightfully so, right? They're loaded on offense. The addition of Nazem Kadri and Nicholas Waugh at the deadline is shored up the middle of the ice. When they won the Cup a few years ago with Kadri, they shipped him out of town. Well, he did sign with Calgary, and they were kind of missing that second-line center, third-line center. They acquired Brock Nelson at the deadline last year, and then having Kadri, they look unbelievable. They've had great goaltending all year long. Scott Wedgwood, they got, a Norris nominee again in Cale Makar. They got the Rocket winner and Hart nominee again in Nathan McKinnon. I would lean with them maybe going undefeated. They're playing a really good Minnesota Wild team, and Anaheim has been very impressive in Vegas. They'll win a game or two, but I'd say if there was a team to go undefeated, maybe them. And Carolina's had their way as well. I think things will get tougher for them in the third round, whether it's the Buffalo Sabres or the Montreal Canadiens. The Metro Division has been one of the weaker divisions in the NHL this season, but credit to the Hurricanes. Freddie Anderson has been unbelievable. Should be the Conn Smythe favorite in my opinion at this moment, but it does look like we're headed for that Stanley Cup final matchup, guys.
Chris, I feel like this has been an awesome postseason because even though teams like Colorado and Carolina are normally in the postseason every year, feels like we've gotten a lot of fresh blood this year. Buffalo makes it to the postseason for the first time in forever. You got the Ducks in nearly a decade. The Flyers. It feels like we got a lot of new teams in the postseason this year. Do you like it when the Stanley Cup playoffs is like that way? Do you enjoy when maybe the casual sports fans get to see some of these teams that aren't on these national televised games? Do you think it's been a really good postseason so far?
Absolutely. Yes. I know we only got one 7-game series in the opening round. It happened to be Montreal and Tampa Bay, and Montreal is the youngest team in the playoffs, to your point, and the second youngest in the NHL. So 4 of the youngest teams in the postseason heading in: Montreal, Anaheim, Philadelphia. Moving on here to the second round, Buffalo Sabres, the other team. So yes, you love it, right? There's a lot of great young players in the league. There's teams that have taken steps forward that we thought, certainly I thought, would take steps forward and be in the playoffs. The Canadians, again, on this rebuild that they've had the second straight year. The Anaheim Ducks have a nice mix of experience and some youth in there as well. Leo Carlsson, Cutter Gauthier, these are 2 phenomenal players. Jackson Lacombe, breakout campaign, especially here in the postseason, taking a step forward. The Sabres you alluded to, and there's other teams knocking on the door as well. The San Jose Sharks are certainly one of those teams that I would expect maybe to make the playoffs. Utah Mammoth as well, all those years in Arizona, rebuilding. Now you see them as a competitive team. Knocked out in the first round against Vegas, but there's a couple overtime games there. They hung around with a good Vegas Golden Knights team. So extremely impressive and entertaining, I would say, postseason. And it's just going to get better because some of those younger teams that you count out, like the Ducks, like the Canadians, even the Sabres, I don't know. They certainly, those teams in the East could surprise and maybe upset Carolina. So it's really nice to see, despite like Tampa and Florida, those 2 teams have had amazing runs. It was really impressive to see those runs from those 2 teams, but new blood is always good for the game.
We're talking to Chris Meany here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. We got PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans tonight. Chris does fantasy betting and edge stats for the NHL, NHL.com, and NHL Media. You can find him on Twitter at Chris Meany. Chris, specifically within this Hurricanes-Flyers series, this has gone about as well as Carolina could have hoped. Dominated game 1 and 3, and in game 2, when the Flyers scored 2 in the first 5 minutes, Carolina just chipped away and then won it in OT despite being heavily outshot in that overtime period. Is Carolina's best weapon their goalie, Freddie Anderson? And is he maybe starting to put himself in the conversation of the all-time postseason great goalies?
I mean, I think a Stanley Cup would certainly put him in that conversation. A great question. He's had playoff experience before. Not the best of luck. I know things didn't work out for him in Toronto, and in Carolina, he's put up really good numbers, especially in the first couple of rounds. The Hurricanes are a team we're used to seeing in the Eastern Conference Finals. Seem to can't get over that hump. I know Florida's kind of been their kryptonite. No Panthers, so maybe they get it done this year. But he's kind of penciling himself into the conversation anyways. 12 goalies to begin a postseason with a 7-game winning streak. He's the 3rd in the last 30 years. Igor Shesterkin with the Rangers in 2024, Marc-Andre Fleury with the Penguins in 2008. So it's an impressive start for him. Perfect, right? Leading the league in save percentage, .957, high danger save percentage, all these metrics we track over at NHL.com/edge, whether it's mid-range, long range, he's been perfect. He's leading every single category. One of my favorite statistics is 5-on-5 close save percentage. It's essentially when a game is tied in the first or second period or within 1 goal in the third. He's perfect so far. So he's getting the run support. He's getting the offense. Carolina can come at you in waves. They're always among the leaders in shot attempts and eliminating high danger chances. They're a really good 5-on-5 team. The goaltending and the offense. Sometimes the offense dries up for them. The secondary scoring, sometimes the saves are not there for them. So far they have been. And as I alluded to earlier, I think that Anderson should be the Conn Smythe favorite at this moment. Carolina looks like a juggernaut.
Chris, the other Eastern Conference series, we have game 2 of Buffalo and Montreal going on. The Canadians up 2-0 right now at the end of the first intermission. Do you think the Habs are going to hang on tonight and tie this series up at 1? And who do you like to win this series the rest of the way? Both of these teams really good throughout the regular season. You think we get a 6 or 7 game series between these two?
I do. I sure hope so. It's good. It's always entertaining to see that seventh game, but I did have Montreal in 7, and even seeing Buffalo win in the game 1, I haven't wavered off of that. I thought the Canadians did a few things that they could take some positive things away from that game despite losing. They only had 11 shots at 5-5. They allowed 3 in the first period despite being down early in that game. They hit 2 posts in the first period as well. They own the draw, 64% of the faceoffs, which is something that you want to see throughout the playoffs. And the Sabres have been one of the worst teams in the circle all year long. So that could be an advantage. It could be a deciding factor, winning draws in your own end on the power play or whatnot. So 18-11 were the shots at 5-5 in game 1. And they started off strong tonight, right? So both teams they're familiar with each other. They've had great battles all year long. There's a lot of speed. The Sabres bring a different element that the Canadians didn't see against Tampa Bay. All of the Sabres defensemen are 6'4", 6'5". They're trees. They box out very well. They're very physical. Buffalo is hard on the forecheck. They got a lot of speed. But the Canadians are a team that it's fun to watch them because we just don't know what their ceiling is like. It's a young core. We haven't seen the top line produce at 5-5. Other guys have contributed here and there. They have some really good defensemen on the back end, like Lane Hudson, who I think was in on the first goal, and Matheson scored the second one. So I think this will be a series that goes the distance. Buffalo's been one of the best comeback teams in the league, and the Canadians have had some issues holding leads, but I do think they're in a good spot here tonight. And I like I said, I think this is a series that will go the distance, and Carolina may get a dozen days off. Who knows how that series is going to end against the Flyers.
We're talking to Chris Meany here on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports. Chris, what have the Anaheim Ducks been able to do so well that they not only ousted the 2-time reigning Western Conference champion Oilers, but now have also already taken home ice advantage from one of the most experienced teams left in the postseason in the Golden Knights? Why is Anaheim having the success that they're having?
They're coached well. Joel Quenneville is experienced. Bringing him in, another young team, talked about them earlier, led by 61 and 91. 61, Cutter Gauthier loves to shoot the puck, among the leaders in the NHL in shot attempts. Leads the Ducks with 19 shot attempts, 12 scoring chances at all strengths in the series. Got 60 attempts at all strengths, which is third in the postseason. He can really rip it. Leo Carlsson as well, breakout campaign. He was taken, I believe, second overall a couple of years ago behind Connor Bedard. He leads the Ducks in shots in this series with 8. He leads the NHL at 5-5 with 29 shots. These are two studs. You bring in Jackson Lacombe as well into the conversation. A good two-way defenseman, was on the ice over 50% of the time. Connor McDavid was on the ice in the opening round, and he kind of held him in check, certainly in the first couple games of that series. Then you have guys like Alex Killorn, won 2 cups with Tampa experience. Bringing John Carlson at the deadline, won a cup with Washington. Ryan Poehling is a good underrated two-way center. Mikael Granlund's been through it. Rookie Beckett Seneca, 2 goals already. So they're the only team actually in the playoffs to have 9 guys with 5 points. They have offense up and down the ice. The biggest question I had for them is because throughout the regular season, kind of played to a lot of overs. Those are fun hockey games. You take the over in the 6.5, you're most likely getting it with the Ducks because they gave up a lot as well. But the goaltending's been good so far with Lucas Dostal. And guys, you're right. They have owned Vegas. Through 2 games at 5-5, the scoring chances are 49-27 for Anaheim, 21-12 high danger chances in favor of the Ducks. The shot attempts are 91-73, and the shots are 45-33. So this is a very impressive team. They were good all year long at home. With all that said, Vegas has got a ton of experience. I think their big boys will show up. Jack Eichel, Mitch Marner's been good throughout the playoffs. They're looking for offense from Thomas Hertl. I think it's 28 without a goal. So I do believe that that's another series. We might get 2 short ones with Colorado and Carolina, but this is another one. I'd be pretty surprised if it wasn't going to go 6 or 7.
For sure. Chris, earlier this week, we had the draft lottery, and Toronto ended up winning that, so the Leafs have the number 1 pick. Who do you expect to maybe be the number 1 pick in the upcoming draft this summer? And do you think whoever it is, do you think he'll be an impact guy right away? Do you think the Leafs will have a bounce back season after a disappointing year this season?
I think it will be Gavin McKenna. And it's interesting because the Leafs still have some pretty potent players on offense. And, they're just a year removed from taking the eventual 2-time defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. That series went 7 games, and you could make a case for them. They were up in that series, I believe 2-0, and up in game 3 by a couple goals. So they still have some pieces, and, they lose Mitch Marner. Gavin McKenna is kind of reminds me of Marner a little bit. Smart two-way player, playmaker, got a little bit maybe more offensive firepower to his shot and maybe more of a goal scorer than Mitch Marner. But they really do need some help on the blue line. So they could field some offers. They can go with Stenberg, who's a great player as well as a Swedish player. And you bring in Matt Sundin in the front office, Swedish roots kind of makes sense. Or they could flip the pick and we're going to see probably 4 defensemen go in the first 6 picks. So they could maybe trade back and get a defenseman. So there's all kinds of things that the Leafs can do. I view them as a playoff team. I think a lot went wrong this year. Certainly a lot of injuries, adapting from life without Mitch Marner. Let's be honest. I think this is a two-way superstar, and I think Matthews missed him on his wing. He's among the leaders in playmakers over the last, or primary assists over the last 8 years. He's a really good hockey player. But I think they need to shore up. I think this is going to be a crazy offseason for the Toronto Maple Leafs, right? Matthews got 2 years left on his deal. They want to keep him. You're going to get the first overall pick. You're going to get a good player there. They need to shore up their defense a little bit, so they could make a trade or two. But I would say they're going to be in the conversation to make the playoffs. The Atlantic is going to be a very good division. Again, it was the best in the NHL this year. We talked about up-and-coming teams. There's going to be a lot of good teams in the Eastern Conference they'll have to battle with.
We're talking to Chris Meany here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports, for about another 2 to 3 minutes or so. Chris does fantasy, betting, and edge stats for the NHL, NHL.com, and NHL Media. Chris, if I'm wrong on the Avalanche, and I think a lot of people would end up being wrong here if they end up losing this series. If the Wild are going to get back into this series, what or who is most critical for the Wild to do that?
They really need Joel Eriksson Ek. I know he didn't practice today. They said they're going to leave it up to him if he can make his return for Game 3. They're already so thin down the middle of the ice. I'd love the addition of Quinn Hughes. He's phenomenal. Was he leading the playoffs in points? He's right there. When he tied for first, I think he's got 11. To have a defenseman like that who leads the playoffs in ice time, he's playing half the game. They have it made on the back end with him and Brock Faber. And they got some really good players in Kirill Kaprizov and Matt Boldy. Matt Zuccarello is a good veteran piece as well. Ryan Hartman's been a good player. But my question for the Wild heading in, and the Stars were banged up. I like Dallas against them because they were deep down the middle. No Rupe Hintz. We hear all the news about Mikko Rantanen, among other guys, really that were hurt. The Minnesota Wild are a little thin down the middle of the ice. So they're going to need Joel Eriksson back in the lineup, whether nobody's 100% at this time of the season, even just 75% two-way centerman who can maybe slow down McDavid or McKinnon rather just a little bit, win some faceoffs in the defensive zone. But ultimately, they're going to need other guys to step up offensively. Goaltending is going to have to be perfect, right? The power play is going to have to be better as well. This was a third-ranked power play. So far, they're 0 for 5 in the second round. The Avs had the 27th-ranked power play. So far, they have 3 power play goals. That's been the difference. People may be surprised at 5-5. The shots and the shot attempts are dead even. The scoring chances so far, Colorado +6, high danger chances, Colorado +2. It's been the special teams so far that has been the difference in this series. There's some things that Colorado can feel okay, or Minnesota can feel okay about, despite giving up a 9 spot in Game 1. They go back home, clean up the special teams a little bit, maybe get Joel Eriksson back in their lineup for Game 3 or Game 4. Maybe they can get back into this series.
Chris, awesome stuff, man. We really appreciate the time so much, and I hope that you guys realize that you're making a big difference. I think with edge stats, I really wasn't aware of NHL edge stats until just a couple of weeks ago, to be honest. And now I'm starting to see it in more and more places. I hope it starts to become pretty commonplace, used on broadcast, talked about like how baseball fans talk about OPS now, kind of not replacing batting average, but something like that. So. Hopefully Edge Stats continues to make a difference and make a presence in people's lives when talking about the game of hockey, because I think it does really depict a lot of what you don't see if you're not watching the games. And I think it's tremendous for the sport. So keep it up, man. Appreciate it. And we'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys, for having me. And yeah, I'll just echo what you said. I mean, I'm a big numbers guy, baseball savant. I can get wrapped up for days or lost for days and barrel rates and all these things. But yeah, we're doing a lot of good things over at NHL. And the edge stats in terms of shot velocity, speed burst, where these shot attempts are coming from, high danger areas. You can use it a lot. And if you're just a hockey fan, or if you do want to dabble into sports betting and take a look at props. So we'll have you covered with edge stats leaders and takeaways every single night over at NHL.com/fantasy. And we got some props and picks and things like that through the Stanley Cup playoffs as well. Appreciate you guys a lot. Have a good show the rest of the way. And hopefully we do this again sometime.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. There you go. Chris Meany does fantasy betting and edge stats for the NHL and NHL.com. You can follow him on Twitter at Chris Meany. All right, we'll get you a playoff scoreboard update when we return. Nick Sixers about to be at halftime, and Montreal, oh, baby, they might be breaking it open in Buffalo. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. When we come back, also, it's the list. Last man standing, a little Friday night trivia. We'll do that when we return. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
You guys have seemed to be very comfortable, you, the organization as a whole, Omar, with letting this process play itself out and letting Aaron have his space. What goes into you guys being that comfortable that when it's all said and done, there's a trust that if Aaron ends up anywhere, it will be back in Pittsburgh this fall?
Yeah, I think from the trust standpoint, I think, just based on the conversations that we've all had, I think this, like I mentioned, this was positive with us and him last year. And it's, I think he would tell you that it was positive for him too. We got to know him last year, and, it was cool, and, Aaron's an extremely intelligent person. And I've said this before, pound for pound, one of the toughest people I've ever met. And, it was good. And, from the rest of your question, I'll just say, right now the opportunity to focus on some of these young guys out here and it's what we do. Some of these young guys need developed, and new coaching staff, and a lot going on, a lot of new faces, and there's a lot of situations where people just don't know each other, and this is a great opportunity for us to get to know them, and them to get to know who we are.
Did he hurt himself by maybe playing hardball with the Niners right out of the gate early in free agency negotiations? And what do you think, if that wasn't it, what do you think caused him to sit around so long?
Yeah, I think he probably had greater expectations than what the market was going to bear. The Vikings are a good fit for him, though. But, obviously he is now sort of on a prove-it deal. It's a one-year deal, and he can that was probably the smart thing to do, and, get another bite at the apple next year. He has to hope that he has a big season and he gets the money that he felt he should have this year. But, yeah, I think he probably went in with bigger expectations and priced himself out. If you look at the 49ers, that was the best place for him. Right? They need wide receiver help. And, he had a big role there last year, and he played well there. I suspect that this 1 year he will be highly, highly motivated in this year to show that he is worth more than he's making right now.
feels like the league and the Cross-State Eagles may be trolling you guys at this point with the amount of behind-the-scenes footage they have put out behind the whole Makai Lemon thing at 20 and 21. How did that happen? And did you just not expect Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones to deal with a rival to get ahead of you? How did that all play out on Thursday night of the draft?
Yeah, I'll just let me start by saying, like, we're really excited about our draft classes. You know, as I sat back after the draft and we looked at it, and you know, our ability to fill up some needs that we had and acquire really, really good football players. You know, we were excited. You know, and I can tell you about the draft. The draft, regardless of the round, sometimes the draft throws some curveballs at you, and you have to adjust. But you know, when you have a good process and you have a good board, and you know, I love our process, to be honest with you. The way that Andy Weidel and Dan Colbert, you know, we added Tim Gribble and Mark Sadowski and those guys, the job that they do. But when you trust that your board and your process, things sort of tend to take care of itself. And you know, they did for us. You know, it was a good draft, really good football players, and we think we got a handful of them.
Loud opinions and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. We got PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans tonight, and the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Halftime in Game 3 between the Knicks and the Sixers. The series has shifted to Philadelphia. Knicks up 2-0. No OG Anunoby tonight. And after a slow start, the Knicks are outplaying Philly in a big way. 60-52, the Knicks lead it at halftime. Mikal Bridges with 15 points. Jalen Brunson with 15 points and 7 assists. Meanwhile, for Philly, Paul George, he had 15 points in the first quarter and again, then did not score in the second quarter. Kelly Oubre with 15 points. How about the two stars for Philly? Joel Embiid, only 8 points, and Tyrese Maxey, only 8 points. So you would think one of those two guys has got to step up. Otherwise, Philly is going to be in an 0-3 hole. Speaking of an 0-3 hole, and that's the score in Buffalo. After the Sabres dominated Montreal in Game 1, so far the Habs have dominated Game 2. It's 3-0 Canadiens with 10 minutes left to go in the second period. We told you about the two first period goals from Alex Newhook and Mike Matheson. Well, Alex Newhook has added a second goal. And so it's all Montreal right now, 3-0 midway through the second. PJ, you've done this next segment here before, or am I mistaken? Have you ever been a part of the list?
I have.
Oh,
I have been a part of the list, yeah.
You are. You have been a part. Okay.
Yes,
all righty.
sir.
So you know what it's about. You know that we get competitive here. We get fiery. We get fired up. Friday night, trivia, last man standing. It's time for the list.
I'm going to have to go tell the world exactly what's on the list.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I love trivia.
Hey, the champ is telling you to do something. You know what? You just made the list.
All right, let's go. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in here, and let's get the man that comes up with the list each and every single Friday night, and that is our video producer, Michael Montgomery. So, Monty, tell us, what is the list for tonight?
Yeah, we're going, we're in the playoffs, talking about it all night, every night. So we're going to the hardwood, though. Sorry, hockey fans. But we're sticking with the playoffs. NBA most career points in the playoffs, active players only.
Ooh, okay. I feel much better about it than if it was going to be most career playoff points from anybody. For active players, I like this.
Yes, active players only. So MJ doesn't count, unfortunately, but He's the GOAT, so obviously he'd be at the top.
Okay. All right. How do we want to do the order here? PJ, you want to go first? Combs, you go second. I'll go last. I'll put the pressure on myself.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, I'm probably out after like 2 or 3 rounds. I might know like 4 or 5 players on this list.
Stop. You know enough. You know enough All-Star NBA players. That's essentially what it comes down to.
Okay.
Exactly.
If you only know 3 or 4 guys on this list, I would be very surprised and probably concerned.
Yeah. How many guys you got on this list, by the way, Monty? Is this the top 20?
Oh, yeah. Yes, top 20.
All right. Let's do it. Let's freaking do this thing, baby.
Let's do it. All right, I'll kick things off, Monty, with the guy who's probably got to be number 1 or number 2, LeBron James.
You are correct. He is number 1.
All right. I'm going second, Pat?
Yep.
All right. Let's go with one of the best scorers of all time. Let's go with Steph Curry.
He is number 3.
Okay.
I'm gonna give the guy that I've been dogging for the last 24 hours, deservedly so, but he's been to the playoffs 17 straight times, so I know he's right here at the top. I think he's number 2, if I'm not mistaken. James Harden, the beard.
That's where I thought you were going. He is not number 2. He's number 4.
Ooh.
Mm.
So that means number 2 has got to be Kevin Durant.
Oh, damn.
That is correct.
That's where I was going to go next. When he said had to be number 2 and didn't get it, I was like, because Pat hates Kevin Durant. Hates Kevin Durant.
I do. I can't stand him.
Let's go with, you know what? Let's go with Steph Curry's old teammate, Klay Thompson. He's got to be on there.
You are correct. He is on the list.
He's probably, 13th? Oh, okay, he's a little higher than I thought.
8th.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is going to be games you've played in the playoffs, right? If you've been a bunch and you've played well, you're probably getting on the list.
Yeah. All right, I think I've got number 5. I think. I could be wrong. He's definitely in the top 10 without a shadow of a doubt. Spider, Donovan Mitchell.
Definitely in the top 10 without a shadow of a doubt. Would you like to bet on that?
Wow, he's not? I mean, this is a guy that's basically scored 30 points per game in the playoffs for the last decade.
He is 17th, I believe.
Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
17th.
All right, now I'll reassess now.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, this guy's been in the league forever. He's probably in the top 10. I'll go Russell Westbrook.
He is in the top 10, just in front of Klay Thompson, number 7.
God. Let's go with the best player in the world, Nikola Jokic.
There you go. He's coming in at number 11.
Wasn't sure if he had played enough.
I mean, it's active players, so.
I know. I just wasn't sure if he had played in it. I mean, I'm starting to think of all the players that have played in a lot of playoffs. How long has Jokic been in the league now?
Oh, okay. Man, all right. I don't want to overthink this here. Give me Luka Doncic.
Luka Doncic.
Stop, Monty. Put his name up there.
Pat. He's not on the list.
No. You gotta be kidding me. How is Luka not
goodness.
on there, man? He's been to the finals. He's been in the conference finals. He's in the postseason almost every single year for 6 years.
The NBA guy is out first.
That's wild.
Wow.
Jeez. And the Knicks game isn't even back from halftime. It's
Let's go. Monty, is Jimmy Butler on there?
Jimmy Butler is on the list. He is 10th.
That's a good pull.
Okay.
Playoff Jimmy.
Yep.
Oh man, have they been to the playoffs enough?
So I believe Doncic would have been about 23rd. Pat.
At least Pat's out, and I won't go out before Pat. I'm going to take a stab at it. Jason Tatum.
Yeah, of course. He is number 6.
He's 6th?
According to Basketball Reference.
Let's see.
I wouldn't have thought 6. I was worried about whether or not he was on the list.
I'll go with the guy
3,000
playing.
points.
I'll go with the guy playing in the game right now. Is Paul George on there?
Paul George is right behind Jokic, 12th.
Okay.
Well, see, now we're in dangerous territory, Peach, because now I don't care whether or not I win because at least I beat Pat.
Sure.
So now I'm just going to start naming names. What about another guy who's playing tonight? Let's go with Jalen Brunson.
No way.
I don't know.
See, I think you're on the right track there because no way is he 19th.
Wow. That's crazy. Brunson made it.
Yes.
How does Jalen Brunson have more playoff points than Luka Doncic, dude?
All right. I'm going to guess, Monty, that number 6 is going to be the Claw, Kawhi Leonard.
PJ, you're just a guy that knows ball. Doesn't
Let's
matter
go,
what kind
mate.
of ball. Football, basketball, baseball. PJ knows.
Let's go.
Oh, God. What about Tatum's teammate, Jaylen Brown?
Just another guy that knows ball. Brandon, 9th on the list.
Up. Shut up.
Guessing at this point.
What about Giannis? Is he in there?
Of course. He is 14th.
That's crazy. The guy that's hurt basically every year outside of the year he wins the title, and he's 14th, and Luka's not in the top 20.
It is pretty crazy that Luka's not in the top 20, but here we are.
What about Kyrie? Is Kyrie on there?
Yeah, good one.
Kyrie is right behind Giannis. 15th on the most career playoff points among active players.
Damn, Pat, you suck at this.
Shut up.
All right, I got a few. I got a few that I'm going back and forth on. I'll go with a guy who's been in the league for a long time. He's been hurt. I'll go. Is Anthony Davis on there?
Ooh, Anthony Davis is not on the list.
Really? Man.
Name one to
He's
win.
below
huh?
Luka.
Okay.
Name one to win.
I'm looking at the
There's
names
only
that are on there. I'm
4
looking for teammates
players
now because
remaining.
now I'm stuck. Any LeBron's teammates that are active? No. Steph's teammates. I don't know if he scores enough. I want to say Draymond, but I don't know if he scores enough. Screw it. Draymond
No
Green.
comment.
No way.
Draymond Green?
There's no way.
Is that what
Yeah.
you said?
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
no way Draymond's on there.
There's no way, right? There's no way he's in front of Jalen Brunson.
Oh my God. Draymond's on there.
My
That's actually insane. Draymond's on the list.
I
I
can't
know
believe
they played
he
a
scored
billion
enough.
playoff games. All right,
He
so
scored
Let me try to name.
1,934
Let's try to name
points.
the others here.
yep. So we got 3
Lem-
left, so we can each try for a guess.
Correct.
PJ, you go first.
Okay.
Ugh.
I'll go. God, I'm between a couple of guys. I'll go. Is Dame on the list? Damian Lillard.
That's who I was gonna say.
Damian Lillard is just off the list.
Wow. I would have been wrong again.
He is right in front of Luka. So they are 21st and 22nd. Damian Lillard's 21st, Luka's 22nd.
Well, if Jokic is on there, I'd be hard-pressed to not find Jamal Murray on that list, considering he's had like 3 50-point playoff games.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah.
He is there.
Um,
Got a couple old heads left on here.
So
Old heads.
the one I was floating around, is Drew Holiday on there?
He's
That's a
not.
good guess.
Okay.
What about Horford?
Al Horford is one of the old heads,
You said old
13th
head.
among
Yeah.
active players.
Mm.
So that just leaves
my
us
next guess
number
would have been
20.
Devin Booker, but I'm assuming that's wrong.
You are correct in your assumption.
Can
about
you give us a team that he played on?
I could.
Did he only play for one team?
No.
Like, would it give it away if you gave us a team? The game's already over. But
Is
I don't
Trae
think
Young
so.
the last guy? Is Trae Young?
No, can't
It
be.
is not Trae Young. I will tell you it is a guard.
it's a card.
Give us a
Point guard.
team
Never
that
won
he
an NBA title.
He has won an NBA title. Pretty
Recently?
it's not. It's within the last decade. Yes.
God.
Is it Kyle Lowry?
It is Kyle Lowry.
I would have never got Lowry.
Yeah.
That's a good guess. How the
I
hell
thought
did
if
you
I
get
said
Lowry?
Raptors, it would give it away. So
it would have.
I
Yeah.
was like trying to think. I was like, is it Van Fleet? But he hasn't scored enough. So then I was like, I mean, Lowry's played 1 billion games. Is DeRozan still? Yeah, DeRozan could have been another one. I'm actually surprised DeRozan isn't more than Lowry, to be honest with you.
Same.
Like that's surprising. I mean, DeRozan's not more than Draymond. I know Draymond's played in probably like 50 more playoff games, but that is nuts.
Yeah, and he scored like 7 points in them.
That is crazy.
DeRozan scored.
Draymond is that's nuts, man.
They
Draymond
play
has scored
like 28 games a year in the playoffs because they go to 7-game series every year.
He has almost 2,000
Well, no, I mean
points
those
in the
last couple of
playoffs.
title runs, they basically it was 5-game series every round.
Right. Man. Good question, Monty.
Good job, Brandon Combs.
That was a good one.
Brandon, well done, man.
And
That
PJ,
was
you did good too, PJ. Not you,
Yep.
Pat.
Yeah.
Disappointing.
Yep.
Pat, you sucked.
Yep. Why don't you guys shove it?
You're like me with
Because
the
I know, I
baseball.
guarantee one of you would have said Luca in the next 2 minutes after me if I didn't say it.
Oh, yeah. I definitely would have said Luca. I might have gone Luca right after you did if you didn't say Luca.
How we doing on our Let's Go streaking? You know what? Actually, let's save it. Let's save it for next segment. Get you a scoreboard update. We'll get an update on Let's Go streaking, some baseball scores as well, since we got a bunch of games. We'll see who is popping off tonight on this Friday night. This is BetMGM tonight. We're coming right back. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Westwood One Sports.
You guys now have the opportunity to work with and develop 2 young quarterbacks, but you've also got, if Aaron were to come back, a veteran in place who I imagine during training camp and preseason will see some snaps. How do you balance that? Because you've, I think, as an organization and you in your role, tried to balance the desire to continue to compete and contend now while still building for the future. And at a position as important as quarterback, where it's important those young guys get those reps, how do you balance that, assuming Aaron is back?
Yeah, that's a really great question. Obviously, you're limited by what the rules of the collective bargaining agreement allow you to do in the off season, and obviously during training camp. But the coach has experience doing this, and as you mentioned, he has a track record of working with the young guys and veteran guys. And the benefit is, if we have a veteran quarterback like Aaron here, those two guys have history and they know each other. But right now, we're starting a rookie camp today, and coach has the ability to spend some time with Drew, who we drafted. We're excited to have him in the fold, and the last few weeks, Will's been around, and watching these guys work together, it's been pretty cool to watch. I saw Coach McCarthy, was that in 2000? Watch him work with guys like Jake Delhomme and Aaron Brooks, and watch how he helped those guys become better pros. And I've seen how he's been working with Will so far. And hey, today these rookies are here. Today's a great day. You got these rookies. We drafted these guys, and they're here. We can start working with them, helping them become better football players, and help us become a better football team. And look, at the end of the day, we're all searching for championships, not only this year but in the future. So the balancing, there's some balancing you have to do, like your question asked. But we're confident that the rules allow us to do it all.
Not to say that you're conceding a game by allowing OG Anunoby to get healthy, but, I'd much rather be up 3-0 and get the rest on the backside of the series than all of a sudden it would feel like lose some of that momentum of winning 5 in a row and in such dominant fashion. Just how important is Anunoby to what the Knicks are doing?
Chris, he's been their most consistent guy throughout this little stretch that you mentioned. I mean, Jalen Brunson gets the headlines. He's the star. He's the baddest dude going almost in the entirety of the playoffs at this point. But Anunoby is helping them in so many different ways. And we've seen the scoring at times, but he's one of those guys that you need in order to keep winning. I see the point about trying to keep him out there tonight if he's ready to roll. What I would tell you is if you're dealing with what he's dealing with and those hamstring injuries and all that, that is something to be very cautious about, because if he makes the wrong move and he's not feeling pretty solid moving forward, then you're really going to screw yourself up for the next couple of weeks. So we'll see who's out there. The fact that Philly may not have Embiid again. I mean, I came into this series thinking Philly could absolutely win, and they had an advantage matchup-wise. And then Embiid can hardly move in game 1, doesn't play in game 2, and now we're sitting here a few hours before game 3 like, is he going to be out there? I mean, this is why nobody ever really believes in Philly. This is the case study, and hey, they got all these pieces. Yeah, but you never know who's going to be there. So right. I think this is 100% the game for them. If they don't get this one, you can just you can fold out the rest of this series. That is a wrap, and we'll be seeing the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and the Glass Man is with me tonight. PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. You can call the show and you can text the show at 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. You can also tweet us at BetMGM tonight. All right, let's get you a scoreboard update here. Third quarter in Philadelphia. Knicks up 2-0 and still holding on to a 70-63 lead here midway through the third quarter. Jalen Brunson, 18 points and 7 assists to lead the way for the Knicks. Mikal Bridges has 17 points. I'll tell you what, I'm starting to not hate Mikal Bridges as much as I have for the last, 9 months, 10 months. Just starting to grow on me just a little bit. Especially the way he started this postseason. He was brutal against Atlanta, got benched twice. Last 3 games, Mikal Bridges, 24 points, 17 points, 18 points, and he's got another 17 points tonight. So the absence of OG Anunoby not felt entirely just yet. We'll see if the Knicks can hang on. Meanwhile, for Philly, Maxey and Embiid both had 8 points at the half. Maxey now has 12. Embiid has 12. He just hit another bucket. It's Kelly Oubre leading the way, though, with 17 points, and then Paul George has 15. So 70-65, Knicks lead at 6 minutes left to go in the third quarter. On the ice, Buffalo has just grabbed one back. It was looking like it was going to be blowout city, but Zach Benson scores with less than a minute to go in the second period, so they got 20 minutes left. Otherwise, Montreal is going to tie this series up at a game apiece going back up north. The Canadiens lead at 3-1. Heading into the third period. But PJ is somebody that bet that there was going to be overtime in this game tonight. You are hanging, I would say, by a thread. You got a prayer. You're living on a prayer, but you got one.
Most dangerous lead in hockey, Pat, as we all know, 2-goal lead. We got it at a 2-goal lead. So we need Buffalo to score that next goal, make it 3-2, and then we got ourselves a ball game. But yeah, at 3-0 wasn't looking great. Get that goal going into the third period. Now all of a sudden, we have life. And, little tense first 5 minutes coming out of this third period for Montreal because there's a lot of time left in that game.
Yes, there is. All right, let's get an update on our segment. Let's go streaking, where everybody on the crew picks one batter to get a hit. Let's see. Let's start with me. Vlad Guerrero Jr., 0 for 1. And it looks like he challenged a strike call on both of his first 2 plate appearances. Or no, it was actually he walked. The pitcher for Los Angeles, so their catcher challenged it, and it was confirmed. So he walked his first plate appearance. Then he challenged, I think, what was strike 3, and it got overturned, and that was a walk in his second plate appearance, and then he just lined out to the shortstop in his last at-bat. So Vladdy, 0 for 1. Maybe he's got 1 plate appearance left. Hopefully they pitch to him. Need him to get a knock. Otherwise, my little mini 2-game streak will be over. We had a listener submission, Chuck from Alabama. He went with Shea Langoliers after the game started, after Langoliers already got out in his first at-bat, and he has since struck out 2 more times in a row. So Chuck from Alabama, he is hoping for 1 more at-bat from Shea Langoliers, who's 0 for 3. PJ, Riley Green, yes or no? Does he have a knock?
Yes, sir. We got a double in his first AB, Pat. So the new streak starts today. I'm 8-1 in my 9 appearances and going streaking. So doing well, and the pursuit for 15 in a row to beat Monty is underway. So Riley Green with the base hit.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix because, surprise, surprise, he took one of his Cubs today. With the Cubbies riding a 9-game winning streak. They're not at Wrigley anymore, where they've got a franchise record tying 15-game home win streak. So that still can continue next week. But Combs, you went with Nico Horner. How's Nico doing hitting leadoff tonight for the Cubbies?
Nico is 0 for 2. 0 for 2. 2 ground outs. One went up the middle, was laced up the middle, but the pitcher made a play.
What's Cubs up 1-0? Okay.
Cubs are up 1-0, and bottom of the third. Texas doesn't have a hit yet.
Nice. So you got a little no-hitter from the great Ben Brown.
Yeah. PCA just made a nice grab to preserve it, as well, as I almost just jinxed it. But,
Best center fielder in the game?
You know it. You refer to him as MVP from here on out.
I think in order to do that, your batting average probably has to be above 220.
He's batting like 240 now, Pat. He's been on a heater lately.
Oh wow, 246. Oh, and an OPS of 701. That's below average.
Yeah. Below average.
I don't know anybody that ever has won MVP with a 701 OPS. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Okay. All right. This is what you want to do tonight? This is what you want to do tonight.
I've just you just said refer to him as MVP, and his OPS is quite literally below league average.
Listen, okay, just because the Cubs have caught the Yankees and you were talking all this smack about how the Cubs weren't going to be, look at the Cubs, they're in the bottom of the division in the first 2 weeks, and they haven't lost since you started talking smack. Now all of a sudden you want to be 701 OPS. Now you care about OPS. Okay. Didn't even know what OPS was 2 weeks ago.
That's completely untrue. I always talk about OPS. I almost always give out OPS first when I talk about a batter's numbers.
Yeah, you used to give out OPS a lot when you were pitching.
That's not true. It was 1 year, and the balls were juiced, and you know it.
5.88 ERA. That's all I know. That's just
factually incorrect. Get the ERA right. Get it right.
What was it? 7.42? Something like that?
Nope. It was low 5.
It was not a low 5. We're gonna make a graphic.
It wasn't a high 5.
We're gonna make a graphic so we can remember this every time we talk about it. It was something. It was like 10.43 or something. I don't know.
Now you're just getting out of control. Now you're just out of control. Maybe it was a 5.88. Didn't feel like one though. But I was number 3 in the conference in strikeouts that year. That's for sure. All right, we come back. We're going to talk some more baseball. We're going to talk some more baseball on BetMGM tonight.
You guys have seemed to be very comfortable, you, the organization as a whole, Omar, with letting this process play itself out and letting Aaron have his space. What goes into you guys being that comfortable that when it's all said and done, there's a trust that if Aaron ends up anywhere, it will be back in Pittsburgh this fall?
Yeah, I think from the trust standpoint, I think, just based on the conversations that we've all had, I think this, like I mentioned, this was positive with us and him last year. And it's, I think he would tell you that it was positive for him too. We got to know him last year and, it was cool, and Aaron's an extremely intelligent person. And I've said this before, pound for pound, one of the toughest people I've ever met. And, it was good. And, from the rest of your question, I'll just say, right now the opportunity to focus on some of these young guys out here and it's what we do. Some of these young guys need developed and new coaching staff and, a lot going on, a lot of new faces. And, there's a lot of situations where people just don't know each other. And, this is a great opportunity for us to get to know them and them to get to know who we are.
Did he hurt himself by maybe playing hardball with the Niners right out of the gate early in free agency negotiations? And what do you think, if that wasn't it, what do you think caused him to sit around so long?
Yeah, I think he probably had greater expectations than what the market was going to bear. The Vikings are a good fit for him, though. But I mean, obviously, he is now sort of on a prove-it deal. I mean, it's a one-year deal, and he can. That was probably the smart thing to do, and get another bite at the apple next year. He has to hope that he has a big season and he gets the money that he felt he should have this year. But yeah, I think he probably went in with bigger expectations and priced himself out. If you look at the 49ers, like that was the best place for him. I mean, right? Like they need wide receiver help. And, he had a big role there last year and he played well there. I suspect that this 1 year he will be highly, highly motivated in this year to show that he is worth more than he's making right now.
It feels like the league and the Cross-State Eagles may be trolling you guys at this point with the amount of behind-the-scenes footage they have put out behind the whole Mekhi Lemon thing at 20 and 21. How did that happen? And did you just not expect Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones to deal with a rival to get ahead of you? How did that all play out on Thursday night of the draft?
Yeah, I'll just let me start by saying, like, we're really excited about our draft classes. As I sat back after the draft and we looked at it, and our ability to fill up some needs that we had and acquire really, really good football players. We were excited. And I can tell you about the draft. The draft, regardless of the round, sometimes the draft throws some curveballs at you, and you have to adjust. But when you have a good process and you have a good board, and I love our process, to be honest with you. The way that Andy Weidel and Dan Colbert, we added Tim Gribble and Mark Sadowski and those guys, the jobs that they do. But when you trust that your board and your process, things sort of tend to take care of itself. And they did for us. It was a good draft, really good football players, and we think we got a handful of them.
Shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. I got the Glass Man with me tonight. PJ Glasser is filling in for Brad Evans. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 4 kicks off right now here on this Friday night. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show, any of the topics we dive into, any of your thoughts on the NBA playoffs, Stanley Cup playoffs, baseball. We'll take them all. 310-840-4910. All right, we're going to talk some baseball, but let's get you a scoreboard update here before we do that. By the way, I just tweeted out, PJ, a stiff breeze could knock Joel Embiid over. What a soft-ass baby. I mean, my God, dude. The people complain about SGA. People complain about Jalen Brunson, Kelly Oubre talking about, oh, yeah, we're on Broadway. So Joel Embiid literally falls over if you blow wind onto him. I cannot take it how much this guy flops. He is out of control. He is completely out of control. I mean, he literally looks like this. And I like soccer, and I played soccer in high school, and I love watching soccer. But the way that the people that don't like soccer because of the flopping, every time somebody even gets like poked or grazed, Joel Embiid would be awesome at soccer because he literally has the flopping down to a science, man. It's crazy. It's so bad, too. I shouldn't say he has it down to a science because he's so bad at it. But he gets the calls. Oh my God, it's infuriating. Anyway, the Knicks are up 77-73, but Philadelphia has turned this into a game. The Knicks can't stop turning the ball over again here. Less than 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. And it's Brunson leading the way for the Knicks with 22 points and 8 assists. Mikal Bridges has 17. Meanwhile, for Philly, Kelly Oubre with 22 points and 7 rebounds. Embiid's got 13 because he just made another free throw. Tyrese Maxey only with 12 points, although Maxey is 6 for 8 from the field. So kind of shocking to me that they haven't gotten Maxey way more involved in the offense here. It's been a lot of Embiid in this quarter, and it's been a lot of Kelly Oubre, even though Oubre is shooting the ball well. So again, Knicks lead 77-74, and PJ, now they're doing the hack-a-Mitch. They're fouling Mitchell Robinson to put him at the free throw line. So I don't expect Mitchell Robinson to be in the game much longer, but let's see if he can make his free throws here and shut him up. He's 1 for 2 at the line tonight. But either way, you like the Knicks tonight? Mitchell Robinson makes that free throw. Take that. But this game has gotten awfully close again here late in the third quarter.
Yeah, it has. You knew Philly would make their run down 0-2 at home. It's kind of been a game of runs, Pat. Philly got off to a great start. The Knicks weathered the storm, came back, made a great run of their own. We're up double digits, and now Philly is coming back as well. So we got a 4-point game, 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. Looks like we're headed right down to the wire, and the Knicks made the plays in game 2, and it was a close game. Philly only scored 12 points in that fourth quarter. The Knicks defense was terrific against the Sixers, especially on Maxey and Paul George. With Embiid playing in this game, be interesting to see if they have similar success in the fourth quarter. But this is where games are won this time of the year, Pat. And without OG Anunoby, it's going to even put more pressure on Shamet and Miles McBride to step up and make some plays for the Knicks in the fourth. But you are right about Embiid. I mean, he chose the wrong sport. He would have been a heck of a soccer player with the way that he flops and he flails his body around. Obviously pretty good at the basketball thing. But you are right. He definitely flops. Just made a tough bucket there, though, to make it a 2-point game. So Philly has made their run, and they're continuing with the hack of Mitchell Robinson, which is a good strategy to keep it a half-court game and try and take away the momentum from the Knicks.
Well, yeah, because Karl-Anthony Towns has 4 fouls. And you know what? Yep. Most nights I am a vocal critic of Cat because he does commit a lot of stupid fouls. I've seen him get called for 2 fouls tonight that have just been utterly atrocious calls. So I really can't hate him too much for tonight, but he's on the bench with 4 fouls. That's why Mitch is in the game. Somebody's got to defend Joel Embiid. You're not putting Ariel Huckporty in a game like this, and you're not playing small ball when you have Embiid, they're just feeding it to him now in the post and in the paint. If you had OG Anunoby, it'd be a different story. You know, you could put OG on Embiid. He's defended him multiple times over the years, especially the last time these two teams squared off in the playoffs, but you don't have OG playing, so I don't think you're going to put Mikal Bridges on him. Mitch has got to stay in the game, and they're just going to keep fouling him. And that time, Mitchell Robinson hits both free throws, so let's freaking go. So he's 4 for 6. So 67%. Nice. I'd say that's cutting it. That's proving the hack-a-Mitch to be not productive. Okay. So we got that going on. By the way, I just got a text from my girlfriend downstairs. She said, "You should have some stir fry I made." I mean, is there any better text than that? Yeah, you get it.
Yeah. Love
now, by the way, now I already heated up some dinner. We had some leftovers from earlier in the week. We meal prepped some chicken and some sweet potatoes and rice. But I'm looks like I'm going second plate here at the Boyle Studios, the Boyle Condo Studios here. I'm going down next commercial break, get a little stir fry on a Friday night. Are you kidding me?
Chicken, beef? What kind we got, Pat? What kind of stir fry?
It might be. She might have not. Now, we have some chicken breast and we have some ground turkey that we meal prep. So I'd probably just throw that in there. I don't know if she threw anything into the stir fry. Might have just been a veggie. I'll have to ask. I'll have to find out. I'll have to find out in the next break.
Either way, eating good. Nothing wrong with some stir fry.
Where does PJ Glasser fall on the stir fry? Are you a hibachi guy, stir fry, hot? You ever do a Korean hot pot?
I do it all. The Korean hot pot, not as much. I've done it. I like it, but yeah, I'm a hibachi guy. I definitely love hibachi. Like stir fry as well. I haven't been to a hibachi place in a while though. I would say it's probably been close to a year. So
Me,
now
me
you're
either.
making me want some hibachi.
Me either, dude. And by the way, isn't
Yeah.
like if you're going out to eat and you want an experience and you want to be entertained and you want to eat great food, honestly, hibachi is like that's the top of the list, man. I don't know if there's anything else that checks those boxes. You get great food, you get entertained. They put on the show, the grill. You sit around with a bunch of other people, a bunch of random people you become friends with for the night. You get their life story. Usually, it's somebody. It's like Uncle Ned's like 80th birthday party that somebody's there for, or it's a little kid's birthday party, and they're usually on their best behavior because they're sitting around a table and like I don't know. When I was younger, my dad would always be like, "You act up, we're putting your hand right on the grill," and I was like, "Whoa!"
Oof.
And I thought he was serious because then you get the chefs that play along. They're like you. And I'm like, all right, I won't say anything. I won't act up. You know, you get the onion volcano ring. You get everything made right in front of you. It's amazing. I don't know if there's any sit down dining experience that can beat hibachi.
It's fantastic. You are exactly right about that. When it comes to the hibachi, Pat, are you the guy that you're eating as you go? So when like they come out, they make the rice, they make the veggie, they dump it on your plate. Are you eating that right away? Or do you wait for the entire meal to come to your plate before then you start eating?
I am eating as I go. I don't have the patience. I don't have the discipline. I wish I did because if you do wait, you probably get the perfect blend, all the concoction of the spices and the chicken and the rice and the veggies and all that stuff. But as soon as they give it to me, I'm eating it, man. And I'll tell you what,
I'm the same
and I'm
way.
always the guy. I'm always the guy too. 2 takes at most to throw the shrimp or to throw whatever they're making, a piece of chicken into my mouth, the long range, like toss that sucker up for a Hail Mary. I'm catching it. I got a unique set of skills, PJ, and catching meat in my mouth is one of them.
There you go. I'm a hit or miss. I'm a hit or miss on, the meat in the mouth or the sake when they do all that kind of stuff. Maybe they'll throw some shrimp. I'm a hit or miss on that stuff. But people like you that are really good at it, I envy that you can just do that on command. And you probably can do that with anything. Like I could throw grapes at you or I could throw crackers at you, whatever it may be. And I get the vibe that you're pretty good at any of that stuff.
It's funny that you mention that because I think that's where I honed my skills in the Boyle household kitchen for years growing up. My mom would always smack me in the back of the head because, at one point I wasn't good at throwing the grapes up and catching them in my mouth, and they roll underneath the oven and the stove, and then I get smacked in the back of the head. And what the hell is wrong with you? What are you, an idiot? But then as I got older, you do it so many times. There ain't no more grapes rolling under the stove. I have the incentive. I don't want the smack in the back of the head. So then you start catching them. You start getting real good at them. And then you can basically catch anything in your mouth.
Oh man, I see. I'm no good. I probably need to start doing that. It's funny you talking about hibachi too, because today I was thinking about how we're getting close to it's almost crab season here in the Maryland area. Going out, getting some crabs, and that's some of my favorite stuff too. I love when you get a group of people together, Pat. You go out, you get a big bushel of crabs, you bring it back to the place, and you sit around, you eat some crabs, you talk with your friends and family, and it's always a great time. So since we're approaching, the summer months here, June, July coming up, I'm looking forward to that. And you bringing up hibachi, I got to do that pretty soon too.
Yeah, by the way, Monty in our show chat said, you guys ever had a hibachi chef come to your house? Highly recommend.
Never.
I haven't.
Never.
My brother-in-law has, but apparently that has become a very big thing. You get you literally hibachi, they come to your house, they set it up. They set up the grill and everything, and they literally just do it in your backyard. If you got a big enough inside, you can do it inside. Pretty incredible. You don't have to go. And, especially if you got somebody with kids like my sister, she's got 4, they're animals, they're all under the age of 10. So you don't got to worry about kids acting up. You get the hibachi come right to your house and bang, yeah, you're going to pay a little bit more, obviously, but I think it's worth it. I haven't done it, but my sister and my brother-in-law did it one time and they said it was well worth it.
That sounds good, man. I've never had that either. That sounds amazing. Sounds expensive, Pat. Sounds expensive. So probably got to get a group together. Everybody chips in to pay for the guy to come over. But that sounds fantastic.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, again, it probably does. If it is probably more than worth it. You get a group of like 15 people, 20 people, and I think you tell them how many people are in your group, so they know obviously they got to bring enough food and all that stuff. But I would assume if you're looking to have people over your house this summer, and you got a backyard, you got the backyard set up. Again, this is coming from somebody that hasn't done it, so I probably should be taking my own advice. Do the hibachi to your house, and I can't imagine you'd be disappointed. I forget what I think I had? I think I had, and Combs is going to kill me for this because I always find a way to bring it up, but I think it was one of the weekends that I did Yankee postgame show because I'm trying to think, why the hell wasn't I there? And I think it was because I did a Yankee postgame and I missed out on the hibachi at her house, which is, now I want hibachi. I want it.
Me too. All
right. PJ, you're in D.C. or in Baltimore area. Let's meet halfway as soon as the show ends. We'll find a hibachi place that's open till 1 a.m. tonight.
I love it. And if there's no place, we'll just have to settle for Waffle House or something. I could go for that too. Always. Haven't had that in a while either.
I'm gonna have to come closer to you because I don't think there's any Waffle Houses in Philadelphia.
Really?
There sure as hell wasn't in Jersey City or the New York City area. They're few and far between. Very few and far between. I've never been to a Waffle House. I got a unique set of skills. Catching meat in my mouth is one of them. I've never been to a Waffle House.
Really? Oh man, Pat, we got to take you to a Waffle House, man.
How do they compare? How do they compare to, I don't know, an IHOP or a Denny's? Completely different?
Yeah, it's just the experience, like it's, you can see the entire kitchen. You're just sitting there and kind of everybody's got a booth tables or you could sit right up on the kitchen. It's an experience. A lot of them are usually in like college towns or outside of cities, but it's fantastic. You got to get the All-Star Slam special. It's affordable. It's cheap. You get the waffles, you get the eggs, you get the toast, you get the bacon, all for under like $10. And it's just, it's spectacular, Pat. So we gotta get you to Waffle House.
Okay. That'll be my mission. That'll be my mission this summer. Well, I'll have to do a little road trip. I'll have to go down the eastern seaboard and I'll have to get Waffle House en route. All right.
Let's do it.
Phone
Pat,
number to join the show. Go ahead.
Real quick. We have a day. We go Waffle House for breakfast. We do and then we do like hibachi for dinner, something like that.
That's a hell of a day. That's a hell of a day to put your intestines in your stomach through, especially for me.
Yeah.
You start mixing up too much stuff. I start, I'll be on the John the entire night. That'll be it for me. There won't be a hibachi at night, and then that'll be the last you see of me. 310-840-4910. Let's talk a little bit of baseball here. All right, Combs is playing me off. It was like the Oscars. It was like I spoke too much. My speech went too long. Can we talk a little baseball or should we go to break?
Let's talk a little baseball.
I got a unique set of skills. Catching meat in my mouth is one of them. All right. Thank you. Very good. Very good. Combs he's wasted no time getting to that drop from about 5 minutes ago. The Mets, I mean, how disastrous of a season do you have to have, PJ, where you make a big offseason trade for an ace pitcher and then literally a month and a half into the season, you're basically putting them on the trading block? Because that's what the Mets are doing. Rumored to be shopping ace Freddie Peralta, who they literally just traded for this offseason from Milwaukee and sent Brandon Sproat and others to the Milwaukee Brewers. So I know because Combs and Brad and Monty have been talking about it nonstop, especially, and it makes perfect sense. The Cubbies, they're basically down three of their 5 starting pitchers that they started the season with. So the Cubs should be all in on Freddie Peralta as we get near the trade deadline. But outside of the Cubs, any other teams off the top of your head, PJ, that should be gunning for Freddie Peralta if indeed the Mets do trade him? Again, if the Mets can creep closer back to 500, I don't think they're gonna, but we're assuming that they're going to here.
Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of it, as we know, all depends on how teams are faring as we get towards the trade deadline. I mean, the American League is so interesting, Pat, because I was talking about this at break with our guy Monty, our video producer. I can't remember a time we've ever gotten to the second week of May and the team in the last place in the American League is only 3 games back of a wild card spot. all these teams, if they just put a hot 2 weeks together, they could put themselves in a postseason race. And all of a sudden you go from being sellers to being buyers. So truly any of those American League teams, especially those AL teams that came into the year feeling like they had a chance to make a run in the postseason, they could all be buyers. I think the National League teams outside of the Cubs that you would look at, certainly San Diego, because they're always buyers, and AJ Preller's always a madman and looking to deal at the deadline. Outside of that, I mean, again, all those National League Central teams like St. Louis is in rebuild mode. Pittsburgh needs more hitters to add rather than pitching, so you don't think they would be involved. I think really San Diego is the only team in the National League outside of the Cubs I would look at, and then the American League kind of just depends on where these teams are, what position they're in as we head into July. But, again, if they put together a good 2 weeks, it wouldn't surprise me if any of them take a look at Freddie Peralta.
Well, and here's the thing, too. He's cheap. I mean, he's extremely cheap. I mean, the Mets got him pretty cheap because he was going into the final year of his deal. He's a rental. Mm-hmm. He's a rental going into a lockout. I mean, he is essentially expendable here. And I say going into a lockout, I'm assuming there's not going to be baseball next year. I could be proven wrong. But, again, he's a rental. So almost anybody that's anybody should be in on him. If you're remotely close and you're thinking, hey, let's go for it here. I mean, I don't think he's going to be that expensive. Right? I mean, in terms of his talent, yeah, he's one of the best pitchers, along with Sandy Alcantara, that's going to be on the trading block. And I will see if the Detroit Tigers actually put Tarek Skubal on the trading block, or if they start picking up the phone for him. But man, this is one of the top starting pitchers and top players that's going to be available. Anybody that's remotely in it. You mentioned, especially in the American League, all these teams that have a chance. I mean, screw if you're San Diego, if you're the Padres, all the years that you've spent on trying to build a huge payroll of a team that always fails, and you got the Dodgers, and the Dodgers maybe can be had this season here, and you look at the Padres pitching so far, and their starting pitching has been okay, probably a little bit better than what they expected, or at least the top of it. Michael King and Randy Vasquez have been pretty good. Walker Buehler still looks like he's a lost cause. German Marquez, I mean, basically still got the same ERA that he did for years in Colorado. And so, like the San Diego Padres, why the hell not? Why not get Freddie Peralta and try to take down the LA Dodgers? They're a game back in that division. I know it's May 8th, but again, we got this report today that the Mets are rumored to be shopping Freddie Peralta. Padres, for me, are the first team that sticks out. I know the Cubbies are going to be after him, but if I'm San Diego, I mean, I'd be going after him for sure.
I would too. And you just, the track record of Preller, he's going to go after guys. He always does it. Pitchers, hitters, relievers, it doesn't matter. He's going to go after guys. And like you said, what makes Peralta so intriguing is how cheap he is to get. Padres, certainly a team that's going to be in a mix, but there are going to be a bunch of other teams that will be looking to add him to their team as well.
Okay, we'll take a short break. The number to join the show is 310-840-4910. When we come back, an all-time giveaway today at Camden Yards. Did PJ find a way to get his hands on it? We'll find out when we come back. And also, a very interesting development as it pertains to ABS, the automated ball strike system for Major League Baseball. We'll get you a scoreboard update as well. He's PJ Glasser in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser in for Brad Evans, and the phone number to join is 310-840-4910. You can also tweet at the show at BetMGM Tonight. Scoreboard update. PJ, my New York Knickerbockers are starting to pull away. They're back up by 10. Make it 11. 97-86. The Knicks lead with under 7 minutes to go in the ball game. This has been a heck of a run here that the Knicks have put themselves on, led by Jalen Brunson. He's got 27 points and 8 assists. Mikal Bridges with 20 points. Josh Hart with a double-double. 12 points, 11 rebounds. Meanwhile, for Philly, they are running out of time. Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey, both of them stuck under 20 points still. Embiid's got 16. Maxey's got 14. Kelly Oubre leading the way with 22. Remember when Paul George had, 15 points in the first quarter? He hasn't scored since.
Wow.
Hasn't scored a point since. That's crazy how he says basically the second game in a row he's done this. He had 11 points in the first quarter last game and then only scored like 6 the rest of the contest. Philly's running out of time. And the Knicks are 6 minutes away and a double-digit lead away from taking a 3-0 series lead. And, I mean, look, without OG Anunoby, I'm stunned. I'm stunned that they are up by double digits. Yeah, they're showing the graphic now on the Prime broadcast. Paul George, 15 points in the first quarter, 0 cents. Knicks in good shape right now. Got to hold on, though.
Got to hold on. And, yeah, please. Pat, we were together when the Magic were playing the Pistons in Game 6, and the Pistons came all the way back. So, as somebody who took Knicks money line, I'm seeing Philly right now plus 900 on the money line. I think I might just hedge a little bit, take a little small piece of that in case we get some craziness. But we're in a good spot with our Knicks money line. Again, I just felt like when that line got to 3.5, it was way too much of an over an adjustment. I like the way the Knicks have been playing in this series. Anunoby's a big loss, no doubt, but Bridges, I think, has been great, especially defensively. And with Embiid back, it's going to help Philly, but I just think the Knicks much better than Boston did. So I like I like the Knicks in this spot. But Pat, as I told you, I had a feeling that the Knicks would win tonight, and then games 4 and games 5, I think Philly might win those because, as you know, the Knicks never make it easy.
No, they don't. I mean, they're making it look easy right now. They get a turnover and a Brunson bucket. They're up by 13. Timeout Philly. So we'll keep you posted on that game as well, because I will be insufferable if they hold on and win here to go up 3-0 and make it one win away from going back-to-back conference finals appearances. Meanwhile, it's getting late for the Sabres. Find themselves down by the same scoreline that they led in at one point in Game 2. Game 1, they beat the Canadiens 4-2, but they led 4-1 at one point midway through the second period. Under 7 minutes to go here in Game 2, and the Canadiens have returned the favor. It's 4-1 Montreal. Under 7 minutes left to go. They've added another goal here in the third from Alexander Carrier, and they are cruising. They are cruising in this game. Jakub Dobiš, after he had a rough Game 1, he only faced, I think, 16 shots in Game 1 and gave up 4 goals. He has faced 25 shots tonight. He has only given up 1 goal. So the rookie goaltender who went on the road to Tampa Bay in Game 7 and now played Andrei Vasilevsky, Jakub Dobiš has only given up a goal here tonight, and Montreal closing in on tying this series up at a game apiece. Is it just me, or is it like every series Montreal plays, it feels like it's going to go 7 games, PJ?
I know. It certainly does. I like their team a lot. Last year it's been a rough decade or so for Montreal. Last year they got in as the final team in the Eastern Conference. They lost to the Caps in 5 games. They got better in the offseason. Caulfield's one of the best goal scorers in the NHL. Was so impressed with what they did against Tampa to go on the road and win 3 games in that building. And after, taking Game 1 on the chin a little bit from Buffalo, to watch them respond like they did tonight, it's a really good team in Montreal, Pat. And like you said, it just feels like we are headed for a long series between Buffalo and Montreal, two very evenly matched teams. That should be, for as much as Carolina and Philly looks like a mismatch, that Buffalo-Montreal series is going to be a really good one.
Yes, sir. Okay. Let's get to you sent us this earlier today, PJ. An all-time bobblehead giveaway today at Camden Yards for the Baltimore Orioles. And I remember you brought it up, I think, the last time you filled in for Brad. So this was a couple of weeks ago. What kind of giveaway was going down for the O's today? And you sent it. The line was basically down the street to get into the ballpark hours before the ball game. What was going on at Camden Yards today?
They were giving away a Tupac bobblehead today, Pat, and the lines were crazy hours before first pitch. And I got a funny story about this is our guy Brandon Combs. I get a text, Pat. I wake up. It's like 8 a.m. one morning in February, and Brandon texts me the tweet that the O's are giving away a Tupac bobblehead on May 8th and wants to know if I could get him one. And I'm like, Brandon, it's February. I don't even know what I'm doing 2 days from now, let alone what I'm doing on May 8th. But the guy wanted a Tupac bobblehead. So I told him if I was going to the game, I'd try and get him a new one. Unfortunately, not at the game tonight, so I wasn't able to get one. But you know, if I come across one, I'll give it to Brandon because he asked, or maybe he'll be able to find one online. I'm sure they're going absolutely nuts, but it is a pretty awesome bobblehead, I will say. That is a sweet giveaway. So hopefully we can work a little Tupac magic here in the bottom of the ninth as we're losing 4-2 to the A's, but we do have a runner on first, no out, and Pete Alonso just struck out. So now we have one out and a runner on first base. But very cool giveaway. Great weather today, too.
If you're watching live on YouTube or on Twitter, our excellent video producer, Michael Montgomery, has the bobblehead on the screen. That's a sweet giveaway. That is a very sweet giveaway. And we actually we got down to the roots of Tupac, who lived in Baltimore from 1984 to 1988. In his teenage years, he attended the Baltimore School for the Arts because at the time we were like, wait a minute, Tupac's like L.A., West Coast. When the hell was he in Baltimore? But yeah, spent a good chunk of his formative years there, helped mold him into the man that he became. So that's why, in case you're listening, you're like, Tupac bobblehead giveaway at an O's game? Now you know the background for that. But yeah, they need that Tupac good luck charm. They need to start. They need the rally bandana. I think he already wore the bandana upside down. You got to, I guess, put it on the right way. Although I don't think if you probably try to take the bandana off the bobblehead, it's probably going to snap the head off. So I don't think that's what you want to do. How do you procure a bobblehead after they give them away at the stadium? I'm assuming they always have a couple reserves, right? Or you think you just got to hope that somebody sells it online?
Probably, I think online is the best way to go, especially for a giveaway like this when there's such a high demand and people were in line hours before the gates open. I think if you just know somebody who managed to get an extra one or online, that's probably the only way you're getting a bobblehead if you weren't at the game tonight.
PJ, have you ever gone?
Looked it up, boys. I just looked it up. They are already on eBay for $400 a piece.
I mean, that is just silly.
Wow.
$400. Brandon, what would you pay? Would you go as high as $70, or is that even too high?
I think I would probably go up to 150, but I think that would be the most I'd be willing to pay for this. Yeah. Wow. It's going to be a collector's item. Look, I'm a collector. Like, I've got a lot of sports memorabilia, a lot of stuff that I have, and it's a rare item. It's something that's not going to come out all the time, so I like the rare items. And this would have been a cool one to have. I'm a huge Tupac guy too. I've always been a fan of Tupac and his music. So, yeah, would have been nice to have, but 400 is a little rich for my blood.
Just a little bit. Just a little rich.
A little too high. A little too high.
Maybe Pat will buy it.
And I don't blame
me,
you, but that begs the question. Have there been any giveaways that you specifically have gone to a game for? Because you're dying to get it. Like, is there any giveaways that you went to a baseball game early or any kind of game, made sure you got one, PJ?
Yeah, I like the Hawaiian shirt giveaways. I love those because, you can wear those to the beach or you can just wear those out when it's warm out. They feel so soft. And I love the Hawaiian shirt giveaways, and the Orioles usually do a good job with the design. So those ones, I usually try and go to those games when the Orioles are playing and they have the Hawaiian shirt giveaways. But for bobbleheads, I don't really think so. I know the Yankees had that big one, Pat. Was that last year with was it the George Costanza one? Was that the one that they were going nuts over? Yeah.
I'm 99% sure.
I think it was George. And I know Ohtani and his dog, I think last year or 2 years ago was a huge one. So there's some massive bobblehead giveaways just about every year that people love. I'm not too big of a bobblehead guy, but those Hawaiian shirt, Pats, I love those.
Hawaiian shirt. Oh, by the way, I'm looking. You can get the George Costanza sleeping under his desk bobblehead for $250 or $175 on eBay, and you got the Tupac for $400. Now, again, it's been a year since the Yankees did, or almost a year since the George Costanza. So, Combs, if you wait a year, you could probably get that Tupac bobblehead for like $150.
That's the sweet spot. That's what I'm looking for. So I'm probably gonna wait a year, but that's where I'll be at.
Combs, you said one eBay listing has the Tupac bobblehead for $2,000. I mean, what sucker is biting on that?
I don't know, but there's one. There's somebody. I mean, some of the stuff that you pay for, like I've seen sports memorabilia go for that I just don't understand, but the number behind some of this stuff is absolutely insane. And $2,000 for a bobblehead, that'd be up there with one of the biggest, craziest prices I've ever seen.
Combs, have you ever gone to a game early just because of a giveaway and you wanted it and you specifically targeted that date?
So I actually, yeah. There's been a couple. I have one this year. Actually, I'm going to the Cubs game in September because they are doing a Salute to Service giveaway. They're giving away a Salute to Service hoodie along with a challenge coin. So I've got tickets for that one. So I will pick out if I see some. I did the White Sox a couple years ago. They had their Southpaw, which is their mascot. It was WWE night, so they had him with a WWE championship belt. I'm a big WWE guy, so I went there for that as well. So every once in a while, there's something that catches my eye. I would have gone to the Rangers this year if I had an opportunity to for that Nolan Ryan bloody jersey giveaway, because that's probably the coolest giveaway I've ever seen.
I remember we talked about that. That was back in That was in February or March when all these Major League Baseball teams released their promotional schedules. And I remember we were geeking out over that because that is one of the all-timers. That's when he put Robin Ventura in the headlock, right? And he got his blood on his jersey, or is that Nolan Ryan's own blood?
No, I think this is when Nolan Ryan got hit in the face with a ball. I don't think he had blood because he kicked Robin Ventura's ass. I don't think it was from that fight. I think it was from he got hit in the nose with a ball or something like that. And that's what that bloody, and then he was pitching with a bloody nose.
Okay.
Pretty sure that's what that's from. Yeah.
And I don't think that giveaway has happened yet, right? Nolan Ryan bloody jersey.
I think it's this month at some point.
Bloody jersey giveaway. Correctly. May 29th. You are right. That's Memorial. Yeah. It's the weekend after Memorial Day weekend. Or a couple of days after Memorial Day weekend.
It's on the screen right now, that bloody jersey's awesome.
There you go. Yeah, commemorates the iconic 1990 moment where Ryan finished a game with a bloody jersey after being hit by a comeback line drive.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
That's cool. Yeah, that's cool.
That's an all-timer. All right, we'll take a short break.
What's cooler, the guy... Nolan Ryan, real quick, what's cooler? Nolan Ryan finishing that game with a bloody nose, or the guy in I think it was 1907 or whatever, that got struck by lightning and then pitched 7 days later? I think that might be a little tad cooler than Nolan Ryan.
I would say getting struck by lightning and then pitching a couple of days later probably beats that.
Probably that guy.
All right, we'll take a break. 310-840-4910 is the number to join. When we come back, It's looking like it's going to be a celebratory rest of the show. The Knicks are up 15 with 2 minutes left to go. Plus, we'll get you a scoreboard update on the other hockey game. We'll have T-Wolves Spurs about to get tipped off. We'll have Ducks and Golden Knights about to start. So the playoff Friday night keeps rolling on. And also some interesting news about umpires and ABS. New news. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight at Westwood One Sports.
You guys now have the opportunity to work with and develop two young quarterbacks, but you've also got, if Aaron were to come back, a veteran in place who I imagine during training camp and preseason will see some snaps. How do you balance that? Because you've, I think, as an organization and you in your role, tried to balance the desire to continue to compete and contend now while still building for the future. And at a position as important as quarterback, where it's important those young guys get those reps, how do you balance that, assuming Aaron is back?
Yeah, that's a really great question. Obviously, you're limited by what the rules of the collective bargaining agreement allow you to do in the offseason and obviously during training camp. But the coach has experience doing this, and as you mentioned, he has a track record of working with the young guys and veteran guys. And the benefit is, if we have a veteran quarterback like Aaron here, those two guys have history and they know each other. But right now, we're starting a rookie camp today, and coach has the ability to spend some time with Drew, who we drafted. We're excited to have him in the fold. And the last few weeks, Will's been around, and watching these guys work together, it's been pretty cool to watch. I saw Coach McCarthy. Was that in 2000? Watch him work with guys like Jake Delhomme and Aaron Brooks, and watch how he helped those guys become better pros. And I've seen how he's been working with Will so far. And hey, today these rookies are here. Today's a great day. You got these rookies. We drafted these guys, and they're here. We can start working with them, helping them become better football players, and help us become a better football team. And look, at the end of the day, we're all searching for championships, not only this year, but in the future. So the balancing, there's some balancing you have to do, like your question asked, but we're confident that the rules allow us to do it all.
Not to say that you're conceding a game by allowing OG Anunoby to get healthy, but, I'd much rather be up 3-0 and get the rest on the backside of the series than all of a sudden it would feel like lose some of that momentum of winning 5 in a row and in such dominant fashion. Just how important is Anunoby to what the Knicks are doing?
Chris, he's been their most consistent guy throughout this little stretch that you mentioned. I mean, Jalen Brunson gets the headlines. He's the star. He's the baddest dude going almost in the entirety of the playoffs at this point. But Anunoby is helping them in so many different ways. And we've seen the scoring at times, but he's one of those guys that you need in order to keep winning. I see the point about trying to keep him out there tonight if he's ready to roll. What I would tell you is if you're dealing with what he's dealing with and those hamstring injuries and all that, that is something to be very cautious about, because if he makes the wrong move and he's not feeling pretty solid moving forward, then you're really going to screw yourself up for the next couple weeks. So we'll see who's out there. The fact that Philly may not have Embiid again. I mean, I came into this series thinking Philly could absolutely win, and they had an advantage matchup-wise. And then Embiid can hardly move in game one, doesn't play in game two, and now we're sitting here a few hours before game three like, is he going to be out there? I mean, this is why nobody ever really believes in Philly. This is the case study, and hey, they got all these pieces. Yeah, but you never know who's going to be there. So I think this is 100% the game for them. If they don't get this one, you can just you can fold out the rest of this series. That is a wrap, and we'll be seeing the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight. Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. The phone number to join the show, you can call, you can text. 310-840-4910. PJ, you got a couple more bucks in your wallet? And I am in euphoria. Without OG Anunoby, the Knicks have eased my concerns. They've eased my anxiety. It's another dominant fourth quarter for the Knickerbockers. And they beat the Sixers by double digits, 108-94 in Philly. The Knicks are going to try to pull the brooms out on Mother's Day and sweep Philly's sorry ass goodbye. 3-0 lead. The Knicks are a win away from going back to the Eastern Conference Finals. And at this point, now I also become a Cleveland Cavaliers fan because I want that series to go 7. I want them to beat the crap out of each other. I'm not worried about rust. I want the Knicks to have as much rest as possible. Finish this puppy off on Sunday and then get back to New York City and just kick your feet up and relax. What a fourth quarter of the team that was the best fourth quarter team all season long. And not only that, PJ, they had a plus 288 point differential in the fourth quarter this year. That was among the top 5 in the last 70 years of any NBA team in the regular season. And in this series, the Knicks have shown it. The Knicks have absolutely shown it here in the fourth quarter of this series. Game 1 was a blowout, and they still outscored Philadelphia by 8 in the fourth quarter with the reserves playing. Game 2 the other day, the Knicks outscored them 19-12 in the fourth quarter, and tonight they outscored Philly 23-18. It was a Brunson masterpiece. He had 33 points. Josh Hart with a double-double, and both Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey finished with under 20 points. PJ, it feels good. Life is good right now, my man.
That it is, Pat. I'm glad your Knicks were able to win for you. I'm glad they were able to cash that plus money ticket for me. But as I told you, they were going to win tonight. And I'm telling you, Philly's going to win game 4. Philly's going to win game 5. But then your Knicks will close it out in 6. And they'll go.
Why do you got to do that?
Eastern Conference Final. Because it's the Knicks, Pat. It's not I got to do it to you. It's your team's got to do it to you because you and I both know they never, ever make it easy. I just refuse to believe that they're just going to sweep. I mean, they obviously could. They're probably going to be favorites because wonky things happen when teams are up 3-0 in series, and you can more so bank on one team trying to close it out than you can the psyche of the team down 0-3 and what's going to happen with them. The biggest win for you, Pat, though, in tonight's game is you're not going to see OG Anunoby for at least until game 7. So you can forget about him playing game 4, potential game 5, maybe a game 6 if he's feeling good. Probably not. But I think that's the biggest win. Not only are the Sixers on the brink of elimination, but I mean, if they win on Sunday, man, OG's got a week plus to rest and get ready for the Eastern Conference Finals. So that's really good news there for the Knicks. But the Knicks are one of those teams, man. They just will not make it easy on themselves or their fans. I think Philly's going to win game 4. I think they go back to the Garden for a game 5, but I think your Knicks close it out in 6. So that'll be my prediction for the rest of the series.
Okay. What does this say now about Philly? I mean, no, not to count them out, even though you think they could get this back to a game 6 in Philadelphia, but nobody's ever come back from 0-3 down. So
Right.
Assuming they don't make history and I have egg all over my face, what does the offseason look like for the 76ers here? Because they can't really do anything with Joel Embiid. And again, he doesn't play in game 2. If he plays in game 2, are we talking about a whole different series? He was great once he came back from the appendectomy against Boston. I mean, he's not going anywhere. He's making $57 million next year, $62 million a year after that. And then he's got a player option. Paul George, he got one more year under contract before he's got a player option, but he's making $54 million. He's actually been pretty good in this playoffs, but at 36 years old, how much more can you expect from Paul George? And I say pretty good. He had 15 points in the first quarter, and then I don't think he scored again the rest of the freaking game. Maxey is the future of this team at 26 years old. You got VJ Edgecombe, who you've only, you got one more year before he's going to be extension eligible. So those are your 4 guys. Probably. Unless you trade Paul George this offseason, I don't know where you're trading him to for $54 million. It is largely this same team next year. How the hell can the Philadelphia 76ers get better? Because they ain't going to have a whole lot of money to spend. Between Maxey, George, and Embiid, that's going to be $152 million right there.
I mean, that's the $1 million question, right? And Pat, I think it's so funny how the perception of a team can change from series to series. We came out of that Boston series, a lot of us saying, this is what it was supposed to look like. This is what Philly envisioned when they signed Paul George and Embiid's playing healthy this time of year, what this team's capable of. Now they're down 0-3 to the Knicks. And Pat, I mean, you said it. This is what people are going to be talking about, especially if they lose Sunday's game on Mother's Day. I think this, more than anything, just speaks to the Knicks and kind of that they're the class of the East right now and how much better they are than all the other teams in the East. They beat Boston last year. And then, I mean, ever since whatever flipped in that game 4 against Atlanta, they've won 6 in a row. They've won 5 of those games by double digits. They've dominated 4 of those games. So they've just been really impressive. And I think it says more about what the Knicks are building than maybe necessarily what this says about the Sixers. Maxey's a star. Edgecombe was a great draft pick. Paul George at this point is what he is in your career. I think more than anything, what this Knicks series is showing, Pat, is the depth. And the Knicks know they needed to work on that heading into this year. And I think Philly now knows they need to work on that heading into next season.
All right, we'll take a short break. We'll do hot or cold when we return. We'll get you a scoreboard update elsewhere. Spurs and the T-Wolves, Ducks and the Golden Knights, and it's gone final in Buffalo between the Habs and the Sabres. He's PJ Glasser. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
You guys have seemed to be very comfortable, you, the organization as a whole, Omar, with letting this process play itself out and letting Aaron have his space. What goes into you guys being that comfortable that when it's all said and done, there's a trust that if Aaron ends up anywhere, it will be back in Pittsburgh this fall?
Yeah, I think from the trust standpoint, I think, just based on the conversations that we've all had, I think this, like I mentioned, this was positive with us and him last year. And it's, I think he would tell you that it was positive for him too. We got to know him last year and, it was cool, and Aaron's an extremely intelligent person. And I've said this before, he, pound for pound, one of the toughest people I've ever met. And, it was good. And, from the rest of your question, I'll just say, right now the opportunity to focus on some of these young guys out here and it's what we do. Some of these young guys need developed and new coaching staff and A lot going on, a lot of new faces, and there's a lot of situations where people just don't know each other, and this is a great opportunity for us to get to know them and them to get to know who we are.
Did he hurt himself by maybe playing hardball with the Niners right out of the gate early in free agency negotiations? And what do you think, if that wasn't it, what do you think caused him to sit around so long?
Yeah, I think he probably had greater expectations than what the market was going to bear. The Vikings are a good fit for him, though. But obviously, he is now sort of on a prove-it deal. It's a one-year deal, and he can. That was probably the smart thing to do, and get another bite at the apple next year. He has to hope that he has a big season and he gets the money that he felt he should have this year. But yeah, I think he probably went in with bigger expectations and priced himself out. If you look at the 49ers, like that was the best place for him. Right? Like they need wide receiver help. And, he had a big role there last year and he played well there. I suspect that this 1 year he will be highly, highly motivated in this year to show that he is worth more than he's making right now.
It feels like the league and the Cross-State Eagles may be trolling you guys at this point with the amount of behind-the-scenes footage they have put out behind the whole Mekhi Lemon thing at 20 and 21. How did that happen? And did you just not expect Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones to deal with a rival to get ahead of you? How did that all play out on Thursday night of the draft?
Yeah, I'll just let me start by saying, like, we're really excited about our draft class. As I sat back after the draft and we looked at it, and our ability to fill up some needs that we had and acquire really, really good football players. We were excited. And I can tell you about the draft. The draft, regardless of the round, sometimes the draft throws some curveballs at you, and you have to adjust. But when you have a good process and you have a good board, and I love our process, to be honest with you. The way that Andy Weidel and Dan Colbert, we added Tim Gribble and Mark Sadowski and those guys, the job that they do. But when you trust that your board and your process, things sort of tend to take care of itself. And they did for us. It was a good draft, really good football players, and we think we got a handful of them.
It's down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and I got the Glass Man with me on this Friday night. PJ Glasser is in for Brad Evans, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 5 kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics that we dive into. And we always go open phone lines for the final hour. Again, 310-840-4910. If you text in your question or your take, just let us know what your name is and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show. Again, I am in a celebratory mood as a diehard Knicks fan, and PJ, who bet the Knicks tonight, we're both feeling great. The Knickerbockers go on the road to Philly, and they take a 3-0 series lead behind 33 points from Jalen Brunson. They beat the Sixers 108-94 and another dominant fourth quarter effort from the New York Knicks. Meanwhile, on the ice, the early East Coast playoff game has gone final. The Canadiens, they get beat 4-2 in game one by Buffalo. Bounce back in a big way tonight. They hand the Sabres a 5-1 thrashing. Goals in the third period from Mike Matheson. And then how about in the third period from Alexander Carrier, and then Nick Suzuki with the empty netter. Alex Newhook with 2 goals, and Jakub Dobish, the rookie goalie who put his name on the map after he outplayed Vasilevsky in Game 7 in Tampa Bay. 29 saves out of 30 shots faced tonight. Just a stunning performance from the rookie tender for the Habs. So that series 1 apiece. Right now, we've got the Ducks and the Golden Knights underway in Game 3 as that series has shifted to Anaheim. Vegas already up 1-0, 8 minutes into the ball game. They got a goal from Shea Theodore just a minute into that game. And then how about this for a scoreline? PJ, Spurs T-Wolves, Game 3, 1 game apiece in that series. Minnesota's first game at home. They're down 11-1, and we've already played more than 6 minutes of this ball game. They have 1 point. They haven't made a shot, PJ. They're 0 for 11. 0 for 11. And Anthony Edwards, by the way, not only is he playing his first game this series in the starting lineup, he's got the only point on a free throw. They're 0 for 11. What is happening? What is happening?
Honestly, they're fortunate it's not worse, Pat, to be honest with you, because San Antonio is only shooting 31% from the field, and they're 0 for 4 from downtown. Then they just made their first 3, so now it's 14-1. Not a great start for Minnesota. Hopefully they settle in. Not ideal though. Yeah, I did not envision that 14-1 to start Game 3. Not great.
And especially how they got smacked around in Game 2, where they got beat by 38 and they were down by like 24 points at half in San Antonio. You would have thought they would have come out with some fire. I mean, this is just an ugly game of basketball, right? I mean, sometimes it ain't easy to put that orange ball into that round hoop. And nobody, like you said, San Antonio's not shooting the ball well either, but Minnesota, they've made 1 shot, and it was on a Rudy Gobert putback. This is embarrassing. What an embarrassing start from this team. I'll tell you, they never fail to amaze, man. They are the most unpredictable team in the NBA, the Minnesota Timberwolves. My goodness. You never know what to expect from them.
I just doubled down, Pat. I just took them again on the money line at plus 470. I believe I'm sticking to my guns. I think the Wolves are going to win this game. Not a good start. Hopefully they're getting it out of their system. But again, they're going to make their run. The crowd's going to get behind them. They got a great defense. Hopefully San Antonio goes cold from the field. But definitely a shocking start to that one.
I mean, to say the least. To say the least. My goodness. All right. Why don't we do a little hot or cold here? And let's get producer Brandon Combs into the mix as well for a little hot or cold. Combs, why don't you delegate this here, brother? Get on in here. What's going on? Give us a little Cubbies update, because the Cubbies are going for what? Their 10th win in a row?
10th win in a row. It'd be their second 10-game winning streak in the first 40, well, actually first 39 games. They're up 4-1 right now in the bottom of the 6th. 1 out. Rangers have runner on first. Javier Assad in the game pitching. So we'll see if they can hold on. Not gonna jinx anything yet.
And where are we at with our Let's Go streaking? Because I know last time I checked, Vladdy was 0 for 1. The Blue Jays game has finished. They won 2-0. Did Vladdy get a hit? He did not. He didn't even get... Wait a minute. Did he get yanked from the game? How did Vladimir Guerrero Jr. only get 3 plate appearances?
I don't know. Maybe they didn't hit the ball well.
No, but that's he got his 3rd plate appearance in the 4th inning, and I'm not seeing in the box score that he got pulled from the game or anything. So how the hell did he get his last plate appearance in the 4th inning? Unless the game cast is off.
Hit in fielder's choice. Did he walk?
Yeah, hit by pitch.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
well,
There's all
no,
sorts
because
of
if
ways.
you go, I mean, I look at the Gamecast on ESPN, and they give you like what each plate appearance, what happened.
Monty says in the chat he was 0 for 2 with 2 walks, 4 plate appearances.
I guess that must be right, but I don't see it. I'm going through the play-by-play. Why the hell don't I see his last at bat? Oh, there it is. Guerrero Jr. grounded out to third. Yep, in the bottom of the 7th. They have it tracked incorrectly. They basically stupid. They had it tracked as if he was like like a pinch runner or a pinch hitter.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so all right. Well, all that to say that I got screwed up. I got offered on Vladdy, so I'm back to 0. PJ, you hit early with Riley Green. Combs, you were looking for Nico Horner to get a hit. What's the update on that?
He is 0 for 3, but he is leading off this next inning for the Cubs. So we will see where it goes. He might have 2 more at bats still to go. So they're in the 6th inning, and he is leading off. So might get a second at bat out of him. Top 7, and he's leading.
Yeah, so
off.
you just need one. You need one Cub to get on base in the next 3 innings for him to get up again. As long as they don't go 9 up, 9 down, he's getting a 5th at bat.
Yes, and he's up right now. So we'll see if he can come through, and then Matt Olson plays later for Monty.
Yeah, and Brad, who's off, took Juan Soto, who struck out in his first at bat. So, wow, only Peach.
There we go. Yeah, the Seattle White Sox game was the game to take players in. 8 of the 9 White Sox guys have base hits. Seattle's got 12 runs on 12 hits. How about Luke Raley for the Mariners today? 7 RBIs. He's got 2 homers, and he's got 7 ribbies for Seattle. As their bats are starting to heat up here a little bit. We were talking off air about that American League West, and we're like, well, the Astros stink. The Angels are starting to slide. It feels like a 3-horse race between Texas, Seattle, and the A's. And are the A's going to win it? Seattle's definitely still got to be the favorite at this point, but that Athletics offense is so fun. If their pitching can hold up, that could be another team. Pat, we were talking earlier about Freddie Peralta. I'd love to see the Athletics go for it. The problem is with these teams in the MLB, with their cheap owners and the way that they go about business, they're so used to selling. Do they have the stones to really go for it? And even a guy like Freddie Peralta, I mean, they really don't have to give up much. So I just hope that, if a team like the Athletics are in position to where they can win their division and go for the postseason, that their owners and their front office, they go for it and give them a chance. But that could be another team to look at as well.
Okay.
And Nico
Sweet.
Horner
Very good. All right, Combs.
Nico Horner just got a hit. Nico Horner.
Well, Monty's just said in our show chat they called it an error. Are you sure it's a hit?
There's no way that's an error. Neither player hit it, and they collided. Neither player touched it. It went up the middle. The shortstop and the second baseman both collided. How can you call that an error?
They're ruling it an error on MLB.com.
That's insane to me. Insane. How do you rule that an error? How can you give a guy an error for colliding with a teammate?
It says Nico Horner reaches on a fielding error by second baseman Justin Foscue.
That's incredible.
You could get it stat corrected. It could get stat corrected, but for now, that's a tough break.
Tough, Monty. Or Brando.
That's wild. That's wild. Hey, whatever.
Right, well,
as long as the Cubs win.
Yeah, let's see if you get that reversed. And in the time being, let's kick off hot or cold. What do you got for us?
All right, let's go here. I can tell Pat wrote this one. The Knicks are destined for the NBA Finals. Hot or cold? Pat, why don't we start with you?
It's hot. It's hot. If you think I'm worried, I mean, again, I hope the Cleveland Cavaliers, like, I'll be dead honest. I'd rather play the Cleveland Cavaliers because I know the Knicks will absolutely own James Harden. They again, different team, but same core. When it was Donovan Mitchell and Jared Allen and Evan Mobley, the Knicks smoked them in the first round in 5 games. That was a couple of years ago. It was 3 years ago, I believe. And so, Or no, that was only 2 years ago. I think that was only 2 years ago because that was the year the Knicks lost in the second round. No, maybe it was 3. Either way. I know the Knicks will smoke the Cleveland Cavaliers. I'm hoping Cleveland comes back, but I think it's likely going to be Knicks Pistons. It'll be a rematch of the first round of last year, and the Knicks will beat Detroit. The Knicks will beat them. Detroit's much better this year. They've got much more experience. Cade Cunningham is a top 10 player. That'll be an interesting debate, by the way. Who's the better player, Cade Cunningham or Jalen Brunson? Who's the more valuable player? That'll settle that debate, hopefully. But it's like the Knicks are they're not blowing this from 3-0 up. So Detroit or Cleveland, I'm really not worried about either of those teams. The Knicks are going to the NBA Finals, and you guys, Combs, and whoever else doubted them wrong, once again, you'll learn. You'll learn.
By the way, boys, Minnesota on a 9-0 run. We got an 18-12 game, so here come the Wolves. There we go. They finally woken up 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. And
9-0
I
running,
agree.
they're down 6.
9-0 running, they're down 6, baby, but that's all right. We got a lot of ball left. They're chipping away. I agree with Pat. I don't know if I'd use the word destined with the Knicks because they're not a team of destiny. I mean, I just think they're the best team, in the Eastern Conference. But getting past Atlanta, they were down in that 2-1 hole and up 3-0 against Philly. I agree. Whoever wins this Cleveland-Detroit series, I just don't think they're going to be enough for the Knicks. The Knicks would have home court against Cleveland. I wouldn't trust the Cavs to win a game at MSG. And Detroit took them to 6 last year. The Knicks know that would be a tough series. I think the Knicks would probably beat them in 6 again. So I agree that's hot. I think the Knicks are headed to the NBA Finals as well.
Let's go, Peach! And that guy knows ball.
Look, I think that the Knicks are also going to the NBA Finals. I really do. I don't think that either Cleveland or Detroit can beat the Knicks in a 7-game series. But you can wipe that smile off of your face, Pat, because I love nothing more than to watch Pat in pain. So I really hope that it's Detroit or Cleveland in 7 over the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals. Just to watch you have to go through that would be awesome. But I think that the Knicks are going to the NBA Finals. I think they're going to play the Spurs and lose to the Spurs in the NBA Finals.
Okay. I did say, and we can go next segment or the last segment, we can revisit our NBA playoff bracket predictions and Stanley Cup bracket predictions. I did say Knicks Thunder before it began, and I did say the Thunder would probably sweep the Knicks. I don't feel that way anymore. I'm actually much more giddy. When you win 6 playoff games in a row, how could you not be? But that's I honestly I think Minnesota's going to win this series, but I kind of hope the Spurs win it, Combs, because to see them get smoked by Oklahoma City in the conference finals would really do my heart proud.
Mm-hmm.
Not going to happen. Not going to happen.
Yeah,
they didn't smoke them all year long, Pat.
A regular season doesn't count. Doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't count now. Now it doesn't count. Okay.
Well, I lived it last year. The Knicks got swept by the Celtics, and then they beat them. They knocked them out. They got crushed by the Celtics like every time they played them.
But
and then they knocked them out.
The whole reason why you didn't think the Lakers had a chance against OKC is because how OKC handled them in the regular season.
No, not necessarily. That's part of it. It's part of it. The other part is Luke is hurt, and Oklahoma City's credentials. I think X's and O's wise, the Lakers just can't score against them.
It's because you're a hater. All right.
Who am I a hater on? I'm not a hater.
The Spurs.
It's the Thunder.
You hate the fact that you hate the fact that I've been telling you about the Spurs and Wemby since November. So since November, you've been like, "Oh no, the Spurs aren't good. Wemby's over. No, Wemby's not good." Stop it.
I never said he's not good. Just said he's not ready to be the guy that people think he is.
Yeah, well, get ready because he's about to be an NBA champion, and he's about to be that guy that everybody thinks he is.
Okay. All right. What else you got?
Get past Minnesota. Better get past Minnesota.
Yeah. Thank you, PJ.
I
got a 4-point. This was 18-3. It's a 4-point game.
The Wolves have been to back-to-back Western Conference Finals, and we keep talking about this team like they're the Sacramento Kings or something. Like, got to put some respect on Minnesota. going to be a heck of a series.
No, if Minnesota was fully healthy, then yeah, but you've got, 80% of
Come on, Pat. Look at that man, baby.
At the buzzer. They were down 18-3. It's a 1-point game. Is that Kirk Cousins in attendance?
I think that was Hoiberg, the Nebraska coach, Fred Hoiberg.
Is that who that was? I thought that was Kirk Cousins.
I think that was Hoiberg. I hope that counted because that was awesome if it did.
It's got to count. There's no way he didn't get that off. He got it off. That counts.
Yeah, I think he did.
Buzzer beater from about 40 feet out. Let's go. Yeah, Combs. Keep counting out Minnesota, Combs. Keep counting out the team that's gone to back-to-back conference finals, Combs.
Oh yeah, that must have been. Was that the game winner? That answer's hit because that's what you're acting like. All right, let's move on. Hot or cold? Sabres Canadians is headed to 7 games. Hot or cold, PJ?
I'm going to say hot because I just want it to happen. I mean, man, what a series. First of all, the fact that we get these two teams playing against each other with these fan bases, any team from Canada, if their team's in the playoffs, is obviously going to be electric. But then you have Buffalo, which is a great sports city. They waited 14 years to see their Sabres in the playoffs, and they've been the hottest team pretty much in hockey for the last 3 months or so. Unbelievable turnaround. That Canadiens Lightning series was so evenly matched. It went 7 games. There was only one time that entire series where a team had a 2-goal lead. This series, it feels like we're going to get a little bit more variance, and we've already seen that. But Pat, I think by the end of it, man, we're looking at another 7-game series where this thing, I think it's 1-1 after 2. I think it's going to be 2-2 after 4. I think, and then I think it's going to be 3-3 headed into a game 7. I think the Canadians prevail, and we're going to get Carolina-Montreal conference final, but I'm going to say hot to this. I think Sabres-Canadians is headed for 7 games.
Oh, wow.
I agree. I agree 100%. Yeah. I mean, these teams were nearly identical. They had nearly identical records in the regular season. Buffalo was 50-23-9. Montreal was 48-24-10. They played each other 4 times in the regular season. They split 2-2, each one at each other's places. So 1-1 for each of them at home, or 2. Each team was 1-1 at home in the regular season. And now, like you said, you get a Buffalo blowout in game 1, you get a Montreal blowout in game 2. I mean, they're young teams, so I think that momentum, it doesn't really mean a whole lot for them because in hockey, momentum, what does that really mean? Right? I mean, we like to act like momentum means a ton in sports, and sometimes it does, but in hockey, often it does not. And so I agree. I just think there's very little to separate these two teams in totality. Night-to-night basis, like you said, PJ, we might have some more variance. We've seen 2 blowouts already, but overall, yeah, I think through 6 games, each team has won 3 times. I think this is going the distance for sure as well.
Yeah, look, I think 7 games is what it's headed for as well. I thought that the entire time, but I think that the Sabres win it. That's where I disagree with PJ. I think the Sabres win in 7, mostly because I picked the Sabres to go to the Stanley Cup Finals, and I want at least one of my 2 teams to still be alive in the conference finals as opposed to eliminated, since I had Dallas winning the Cup and they got eliminated in the first round. But I think Buffalo can pull this out. I like Buffalo. I like this team a lot. I think that they've got the moxie. I think that they could win the Eastern Conference for sure. All right. Between Hurricanes and Avalanche, Colorado is less likely to get to the Cup final. Pat, you wrote another one. Pat, hot or cold?
What do you mean? What's wrong with this one? I'm going hot. I think Colorado is less likely. I think Minnesota can beat them. I don't think they will, but I think they can. Again, we've seen both games in Denver. We haven't seen a single game yet in Minneapolis. The Wild are a damn good home team. They've matched up well with them in the regular season. I know Colorado's a wagon. They're the President's Trophy winner. They look unbeatable. They're undefeated so far in the postseason. Minnesota can make this a series. And then again, dude, I'm telling you, we keep doubting the Anaheim Ducks, or we were doubting the Anaheim Ducks. This team, they got a team of destiny feel to them. So do I think the Avalanche get to the Cup final? I do. But do I think that they're less likely to get there than Carolina, who's only 1 win away? Philly ain't coming back, so then they just got to beat either Buffalo or Montreal. They're better than both those teams. I think Carolina's got the better shot of getting there. And I ultimately do think we get Avalanche Hurricanes. But I'm just saying, if there's one team that's going to mess it up, it'll be the Avs.
I echo everything Pat is saying. I think it's hot as well. And I think we do get Colorado, Carolina or Stanley Cup final. But Colorado is less likely to make it. Brandon, I get it. I mean, they won the President's Cup trophy. They're the best team in hockey. But there's a reason why there's a curse to that thing. I mean, it's tough. And as unbeatable as they've looked, I agree. There's something about this Anaheim team. Vegas is always a tough out come this time of year. I think that'll be a really tough series, even though I like Montreal a lot. And the Sabres have been a great story, and both of those teams would be a good challenge for Carolina. The Canes are just so locked in. It's nearly impossible to beat them in their building. I mean, that is the toughest place to win in the NHL is winning in Carolina. And with the way Anderson's playing in net right now, I mean, he can go on the road in any building and win too. So I think they're on a collision course to see each other. I don't think either team lose, but if I had to pick one, I agree with Pat. I'd also take Colorado.
I don't know how you guys can watch what this Colorado team is doing and pick against them with any question, because this team has just been that. Anytime that Minnesota has thrown something at them, Colorado's had an answer. Minnesota scored 6 goals in game 1 and lost 9-6. This Colorado team is an absolute unit, and there is nobody on the ice right now that is as good as the Colorado Avalanche. Not even the Carolina Hurricanes. The Colorado Avalanche. I think they might be the first team in the history of all sports to go undefeated all the way through to a championship.
That would be insane.
There's no way.
In the Stanley Cup playoffs, going 16-0, that we would have to talk about them as one of the greatest teams ever. I mean,
sorry, PJ. Yeah, side wager rate. We got to put a show wager on this. If the Avalanche goes 16-0, what do you want, Combs? I'll give you money. I mean, I'll give you $200.
Look. How about? Look, I mean, it's hard for me to wager against 16-0, right? Because if they go 16-1, they're still one of the greatest hockey teams of all time. Like it's tough to be like, yes, I would put money or I would put anything on the fact that they won't lose one game. Look, I think that it's possible that they do it? Absolutely. I think that they are the team that can do it, especially between them and Carolina. I think Carolina is more susceptible to a loss than Colorado is. The way Colorado is playing, but if you try to outscore them, they're going to outscore you. If you try to play a defensive, tightly contested game with you, they can play that game with you too. It's just that this team is built for everything that you throw at them, and they know how to do it. Cale Makar might be the best player in the world right now. So if you want to put a wager on it, we can figure something out. I honestly, I mean, it's tough to bet. It's tough to put something on. I mean, maybe if you give me some odds or something.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, I'm just trying to think. Like, what? Let's see. What are they in game
16-0?
What are they in game 3?
Plus 2,000, I would say.
That's where I was like 20-1. Yeah, I was thinking. Yeah.
They're a slight favorite in game 3. You would assume they'd be a slight favorite again in game 4. Every game they're at home, probably moving forward. If you're being very bullish on them, you could say they're maybe a minus 200 favorite, minus 220. So you'd have to basically do that another 10 times. Half of them being basically a pick 'em, the other half being about a 2-1 favorite, and then you parlay that together 10 times and see what you get. And I'll give you fair odds on that. Up to I don't know. We'll figure it out. When we come back, we got some more hot or cold, though, to do. We'll get you a scoreboard update. What a sensational turnaround in just a half a quarter from the Minnesota Timberwolves. And we'll revisit me and PJ's pre-playoff bracket predictions as well before we get out of here. That and your phone calls at 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
You guys now have the opportunity to work with and develop two young quarterbacks, but you've also got, if Aaron were to come back, a veteran in place who I imagine during training camp and preseason will see some snaps. How do you balance that? Because you've, I think, as an organization and you in your role, tried to balance the desire to continue to compete and contend now while still building for the future. And at a position as important as quarterback, where it's important those young guys get those reps, how do you balance that, assuming Aaron is back?
Yeah, that's a really great question. Obviously, you're limited by what the rules of the collective bargaining agreement allow you to do in the off season and obviously during training camp. But the coach has experience doing this, and as you mentioned, he has a track record of working with the young guys and veteran guys. And the benefit is, if we have a veteran quarterback like Aaron here, those two guys have history and they know each other. But right now, we're starting our rookie camp today, and coach has the ability to spend some time with Drew, who we drafted. We're excited to have him in the fold. And the last few weeks, Will's been around, and watching these guys work together, it's been pretty cool to watch. I saw Coach McCarthy, was that in 2000? Watch him work with guys like Jake Delhomme and Aaron Brooks, and watch how he helped those guys become better pros. And I've seen how he's been working with Will so far. And hey, today these rookies are here. Today's a great day. You got these rookies. We drafted these guys, and they're here. We can start working with them, helping them become better football players, and help us become a better football team. And look, at the end of the day, we're all searching for championships, not only this year but in the future. So the balancing, there's some balancing you have to do, like your question asked. But we're confident that the rules allow us to do it all.
Not to say that you're conceding a game by allowing OG Anunoby to get healthy, but, I'd much rather be up 3-0 and get the rest on the backside of the series than all of a sudden it would feel like lose some of that momentum of winning 5 in a row and in such dominant fashion. Just how important is Anunoby to what the Knicks are doing?
Chris, he's been their most consistent guy throughout this little stretch that you mentioned. I mean, Jalen Brunson gets the headlines. He's the star. He's the baddest dude going almost in the entirety of the playoffs at this point. But Anunoby is helping them in so many different ways. And we've seen the scoring at times, but he's one of those guys that you need in order to keep winning. I see the point about trying to keep him out there tonight if he's ready to roll. What I would tell you is if you're dealing with what he's dealing with and those hamstring injuries and all that, that is something to be very cautious about, because if he makes the wrong move and he's not feeling pretty solid moving forward, then you're really going to screw yourself up for the next couple weeks. So we'll see who's out there. The fact that Philly may not have Embiid again. I mean, I came into this series thinking Philly could absolutely win, and they had an advantage matchup-wise. And then Embiid can hardly move in game 1, doesn't play in game 2, and now we're sitting here a few hours before game 3 like, is he going to be out there? I mean, this is why nobody ever really believes in Philly. This is the case study, and hey, they got all these pieces. Yeah, but you never know who's going to be there. So right. I think this is 100% the game for them. If they don't get this one, you can just you can fold out the rest of this series. That is a wrap, and we'll be seeing the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. PJ, we got a text coming in through a 708 number, and they say, the Glass Man is a true stallion.
Hell yeah. Love that. Appreciate whoever sent that. Appreciate whoever sent that text message. I was looking in my contacts, Pat, and so were Brandon and Monty to see if it was anybody that was in our contacts, and it was not. So appreciate whoever sent in that text. And Pat, I got a great stat for you and the people out there.
Let's hear it.
The Baltimore Orioles this season, 0-9 against left-handed starters. So O's go up against the lefty starter, just fade them. It's that easy, folks. 0-9.
Wow.
They can't hit.
And is
they
that
can't hit 'em.
Is that happenstance, or do they just not hit lefties well at all?
They just don't hit them well at all. Batting 190 this season, 570 OPS. They cannot, for whatever reason, they just cannot. And, a lot of their best hitters are from the left side, but even these guys that they've brought in that are righties that are historically good against left-handed pitching, like Tyler O'Neill, has been just absolutely horrendous. So, when the O's face lefties, there you go. Just take the other team.
Yeah, that's not good.
Not good.
That's no bueno. The Texas Rangers are the only team that they're the worst team against lefties this year. But the Orioles, from the numbers you gave me, are not far off.
No, they are not. They are not.
That's brutal. Brutal.
Yeah,
All right,
tough.
let's get you a scoreboard update here. Let's start on the ice, because this is looking like it could be a blowout. I was talking up the Anaheim Ducks. They won Game 2 in Vegas. Their defense looks great. They are getting blasted here at the end of 1. It's 3-0 already, Vegas. Shea Theodore, Braden McNabb on a shorty, and then Mitchie Marner on the power play. It's 3-0 Golden Knights. That series tied up at 1 game apiece, but Vegas in the driver's seat to maybe go up 2-1. And then on the hardwood, PJ, we've been talking about this game during this segment so far. So again, if you've been listening, you know about this Spurs T-Wolves game. It was 18-3 to start. San Antonio in Minnesota, taking it to the T-Wolves. Timberwolves missed their first 11 shots. It was 18-3. It's now 36-33. The Spurs still out in front. Minnesota has actually recently led in this game. After being down 18-3, they led at 31-27. So that is a 28-9 turnaround. And what looked like it could be a second straight blowout, now all of a sudden we've got a wide open ball game here midway through the second quarter. Wemby's already got 15 points, 9 rebounds, and 2 blocks. And we still have, again, 7 minutes to go in the half. Anthony Edwards, in his first game starting this series, 15 points and 7 rebounds. So the 2 stars are going at it, man. This game could be pivotal. It will be pivotal, and it's going to be critical. So I cannot wait to see, as we'll keep you posted here as this game continues to go along. But why don't we continue to do a little bit of hot or cold here? Let's get producer Brandon Combs back into the mix. Combs, what's next on the docket?
Let's go with the Tampa Bay Rays are the gold standard for small market franchises. Hot or cold, PJ?
They absolutely are. This is hot, man. I mean, the Rays are the epitome of Moneyball. They've been doing it a long time. Pat's a Yankees fan. I'm an Orioles fan. And we can tell you firsthand with that team in our division, they are an absolute pest. And there is something about playing in that trop, that dump, that is just tough to beat them, man. And that dome, 14-4 at home this season. And I was joking with you guys off air earlier. I said, it's funny the last few years, because Tampa for the past decade, it feels like they just wake up and win 90 games when they get out of bed. Last few years, they missed the playoffs. It's been kind of a struggle. Their odds coming into this season were to finish dead last in the AL East. And now here they are, 25-12. Them and the Yankees are head and shoulders above everybody else in the American League. And you just got to give their front office so much credit. They find these guys. Pitching will always be the standard for the Rays. They always look for great pitching. That's always where they start. But then they find these guys. I mean, Junior Camanero's turned himself into one of the better players in the American League. Chandler Simpson is the fastest player in baseball. He's a better version of Billy Hamilton. Yandy Diaz has won batting titles in the past. He's back to being that guy. He's batting .316 this year. So they don't do it with big names or big paychecks, but they just find ways to win games, and they are the standard that every small market team is trying to follow. They are the blueprint. So, yes, Brando, that is hot, man. The Rays, they just find ways to do it year after year.
I'm going to go with cold. I'm going to go the Milwaukee Brewers are the gold standard for small market teams. Now, again, they are a small market. They spend a little bit more money than the Rays do. The Rays are typically in the bottom 5 in payroll. Milwaukee's like been 20. They're 24th this year or 27th. Last year, 17. The year before that, 20. So they're in the bottom third. But again, the Milwaukee Brewers, NLCS last year, they've won 90 or more games 3 years in a row and 4 out of their last 5. So maybe the Rays used to be a couple of years ago, right, when they had Kevin Cash as their manager and they were a machine. Not anymore. It's Pat Murphy and it's the Milwaukee Brewers. They are the gold standard for small market teams. Tampa Bay can no longer claim that, in my opinion.
I hate your guts.
Why? Why do you hate my guts?
First of all, it's the Tampa Bay Rays because the Tampa Bay Rays, year after year after year, are in the playoffs. Year after year after year are in the hunt in the AL East.
Well, are they? I mean, I don't know if you heard
Brewers,
PJ Combs. They haven't made the playoffs for a couple of years in a row now.
The Milwaukee Brewers, stop it. Stop it, Pat.
Literally spot the
I know
lie
what you're
about what I
doing.
said.
I know what you're doing. Look, just because I talked earlier about your 7.96 ERA in college and the fact that everybody could get a hit off of you.
Incorrect.
Doesn't mean that I'm going to let you go out here and do the Milwaukee Brewers. Stop it. Stop yourself.
Pat, do you throw left-handed or right-handed?
Lefty.
The Orioles couldn't get a hit off Pat, Brandon. I mean, Pat could put down the whole order right now the way they're going. So, there you go, Pat.
I struck out Dalton Varsho. I know he's on the Blue Jays.
70.
I don't think they would.
Comes, you don't know Jack
good,
Squat Combs. You don't know
struck
Jack
out Dalton
Squat.
Varsho when he was in Little League and you were in high school.
Wasn't in Little League. I was 21 and he was like 19. He's like 2 years younger than me at most.
It's pretty.
And if you actually knew what you were talking about, it's not that anybody can get a hit off me. I gave up less than a hit per inning in my career. It's that I walked the place around. I would walk the bases around because my command was not great.
Monty says that Pete Alonso would have a very elite rating versus Pat on batters-box.com.
Oh, I'm so glad, Monty, that a guy that has hit over like 400 career home runs would have an elite rating against a former Division III pitcher. I'm so glad he would have an elite rating on your website, Monty.
He'd be the only one, Monty, that get a hit. Polar Bear would be the only guy. Everybody else.
Monty, what would my rating be on batters-box.com against Pat? That's what I want to know. Because I think I would have an elite rating too. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, you'd be in the bottom. You'd be in the bottom of the chart.
Yeah, can we get Monty to do a list of the top 20 people at Westwood One Sports with the highest batters-box.com rating? That's what I want to know.
Let's yeah, absolutely. Let's do.
Where's Jim?
We're gonna do a deep dive and name the top 20 players that got a hit off of Pat when he played in college. It's pretty much
all right. Why don't you do that? We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll finish the show, and we'll talk about sports. Not Combs trying to make a mockery of my baseball career, which I'm damn proud of. 310-840-4910. We'll finish off when we come back. Get your last calls and your last texts in there. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
You guys have seemed to be very comfortable, you, the organization as a whole, Omar, with letting this process play itself out and letting Aaron have his space. What goes into you guys being that comfortable that when it's all said and done, there's a trust that if Aaron ends up anywhere, it will be back in Pittsburgh this fall?
Yeah, I think from the trust standpoint, I think, just based on the conversations that we've all had, I think this, like I mentioned, this was positive with us and him last year. And it's, I think he would tell you that it was positive for him too. We got to know him last year and, it was cool, and, Aaron's an extremely intelligent person. And I've said this before, pound for pound, one of the toughest people I've ever met. And, it was good. And, from the rest of your question, I'll just say, right now the opportunity to focus on some of these young guys out here and it's what we do. Some of these young guys need developed and new coaching staff and, a lot going on, a lot of new faces. And, there's a lot of situations where people just don't know each other. And, this is a great opportunity for us to get to know them and them to get to know who we are.
Did he hurt himself by maybe playing hardball with the Niners right out of the gate early in free agency negotiations? And what do you think, if that wasn't it, what do you think caused him to sit around so long?
Yeah, I think he probably had greater expectations than what the market was going to bear. The Vikings are a good fit for him, though. But obviously he is now sort of on a prove-it deal. It's a 1-year deal, and he can. That was probably the smart thing to do, and get another bite at the apple next year. He has to hope that he has a big season and he gets the money that he felt he should have this year. But yeah, I think he probably went in with bigger expectations and priced himself out. If you look at the 49ers, like that was the best place for him. Right? Like they need wide receiver help. And, he had a big role there last year and he played well there. I suspect that this 1 year he will be highly, highly motivated in this year to show that he is worth more than he's making right now.
It feels like the league and the Cross-State Eagles may be trolling you guys at this point with the amount of behind-the-scenes footage they have put out behind the whole Mekhi Lemon thing at 20 and 21. How did that happen? And did you just not expect Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones to deal with a rival to get ahead of you? How did that all play out on Thursday night of the draft?
Yeah, I'll just let me start by saying, like, we're really excited about our draft class. As I sat back after the draft and we looked at it, and our ability to fill up some needs that we had and acquire really, really good football players. We were excited. And I can tell you about the draft. The draft, regardless of the round, sometimes the draft throws some curveballs at you, and you have to adjust. But when you have a good process and you have a good board, and I love our process, to be honest with you. The way that Andy Weidel and Dan Colbert, we added Tim Gribble and Mark Sadowski and those guys, the jobs that they do. But when you trust that your board and your process, things sort of tend to take care of itself. And they did for us. It was a good draft, really good football players, and we think we got a handful of them.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Been fun having the Glass Man with me all night. PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans, does a tremendous job every time. See PJ a couple more times here on Fridays in the month of May. So we had one person text in that the Glass Man is a true stallion. So PJ, you got some loyal listeners here on BetMGM Tonight. And obviously you've been on this new network and the old network plenty of times. So you are a familiar voice and face, and very happy that I get to chat with you here every Friday, probably for most of this summer as well. Brad's going to take off a lot of Fridays this summer, so cannot wait for that. But again, last chance to get aboard, 310-840-4910. One last scoreboard update here, and then we'll revisit some of our bracket predictions from before the playoffs began. Right now, late second quarter, 3:42 to go. Spurs lead the T-Wolves 43-39. Minnesota just got a call overturned, and I was going to say there is no way that's an offensive foul on Naz Reid. He went to go, rise for a little floater, and Luke Cornett didn't really rise with him, and Luke Cornett caught his off shooting hand to the face, and they called it an offensive foul, and I was like, there's no way. Like, he's allowed to rise to shoot the ball, and if he hits somebody incidentally, that's not an offensive foul. They overturn it, and then Naz Reid misses both free throws anyway. So I wouldn't even say ball don't lie, because it was the right call. Just this team has struggled to hit their free throws so far in this series. But again, defensive battle. It's now 43-41. Ant-Man's already got 17 points and 9 rebounds. Anthony Edwards is on a double-double watch in the before halftime, and he's playing with a hyperextended knee. So is Wemby, 15 points and 9 rebounds for Victor Wembanyama before halftime as well. On the ice, they just started the second period. Golden Knights lead the Ducks 3-0. Vegas with a big first period, so they're trying to take a 2-1 series lead as well. All right, PJ, I rewrote my NBA playoff bracket, and I'm pretty proud that I still have 3 out of 4 possible conference finalists, and I still have my NBA finals possibly happening. I had OKC versus Denver. That ain't happening. And then I had Detroit versus my Knicks, and the Knicks are up 3-0. The Thunder are up 2-0. I would say pretty damn good chance both of those teams are going to be in the conference finals. Detroit's up 2-0 as well. So if I get Knicks Pistons, I'll have got that correctly. And then I had Thunder Knicks in the final with the Thunder winning it. You, on paper, I liked your predictions. I didn't like them as a Knicks fan, but I thought they were pretty astute. But a couple of first-round exits for both the teams you had in your finals, right?
Not great, Pat. Not great. I had Nuggets Celtics NBA Finals. My thought with the Nuggets was OKC last year played in 2 series that went 7 games. They played against Denver and they played against Indiana. And the common trait between those 2 teams are that they are juggernauts offensively. And I think that is how you beat OKC. You have to outscore them. Their defense is so good that you need an elite offense to counteract that somewhat, and you got to try and get them in track meets. If you play ugly, gross games into the high 90s, low 100s, I just don't think that's going to be able to beat them for 4 games. And I look at the success Indiana and Denver had and the way Denver was playing going into the postseason. They had won 12 straight. Jokic was looking like himself. Murray was playing awesome. Aaron Gordon, I thought, would be able to give him something maybe later on in the postseason. But again, Minnesota just continues to be a thorn in their side and a terrible matchup for them. And even with all the injuries, they still couldn't get past them. So that didn't end up working out. And then, like a lot of people, Boston just ended up not being as good as we all thought. And Pat, you know what? I can't even get mad, because even if they would have gotten past Philly, the Knicks are just much better than this Boston team. And they're built to beat Boston. They showed us that last year. I think they would have showed us that again if these 2 teams played. So, the Nuggets pick, I don't think the Nuggets were ever beating OKC, let alone San Antonio. I don't even know if they would have gotten the Spurs, but certainly they wouldn't have gotten past the Thunder. I just think OKC's way too good. And the Celtics, they're not as good as the Knicks either. So This is why we make predictions at the beginning. None of us know how it's going to play out. We wait and see. And I think all of us would agree at this point, Knicks Thunder looking like they're certainly on a collision course. And I hope we do get that matchup, Pat, because I do feel like that is the best team in the East and that is the best team in the West. And I do want to see how good the Knicks are. You know, I think we all do. We want to see, because we know how good the Thunder are. But I truly want to see how great the Knicks are. Can they win 2 games off the Thunder? Can they even win 3 games against OKC? I would be fascinated to see how that series goes. But yeah, Pat, I threw out the NBA bracket about a week and a half ago, my friend. That one is long. That one is long gone.
Well, really quickly, I threw out my Stanley Cup playoff bracket. I was dead wrong. I had Oilers Lightning in the Cup final. Both of those teams got knocked out in the first round. Yours still looks good, right? What was your Cup final that you predicted?
So I have the Canes winning it all, and I have the Canes versus the Habs in the Eastern Conference final. So that's still looking pretty good. Western Conference, we all knew Colorado was the team to beat, but with the President's Trophy, and the track record with that, you figured that they'd probably trip up, and maybe they still do, but they're certainly looking like the team to beat. I had Dallas coming out of the West. So Western Conference looking no good, but the Eastern side of things, with Carolina winning it all, I still feel pretty decent.
Okay, all right, we got 3 texts that came in here I want to get to really quickly. 774 number says, Sixers fans wanted the Knicks, and they're getting belt to ass in this series, unlike the choking Celtics. Preach. You have a 229 number says Brunson owns and dominates the 76ers, complete the sweep on Sunday. Preach. And a 209 number says Knicks busting out the brooms on Sunday night for the sweep. Preach. Let's go, baby. Have a happy Mother's Day to everybody. We'll be back Monday here to break it down. Hopefully it is a Knicks sweep. I'll be in a very giddy mood. But PJ, awesome job, brother. Can't wait to catch up with you soon and have you rejoin the show in a couple of Fridays from now. Awesome as always. Thank you to PJ Glasser. Thank you to everybody that works on the show. Thanks to Chris Meany, our guest tonight from NHL.com. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thanks to video producer Monty. Thank you to Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, and Zach Kroll. Brad will be back with me on Monday. Pat Boyle will see you at 6 p.m. Eastern. Until then, happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. You deserve it. Have a great weekend. And this has been BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
You guys now have the opportunity to work with and develop 2 young quarterbacks, but you've also got, if Aaron were to come back, a veteran in place who I imagine during training camp and preseason will see some snaps. How do you balance that? Because you've, I think, as an organization and you in your role, tried to balance the desire to continue to compete and contend now while still building for the future. And at a position as important as quarterback, where it's important those young guys get those reps, how do you balance that, assuming Aaron is back?
Yeah, that's a really great question. Obviously, you're limited by what the rules of the collective bargaining agreement allow you to do in the off season and obviously during training camp. But the coach has experience doing this, and as you mentioned, he has a track record of working with the young guys and veteran guys. And the benefit is, if we have a veteran quarterback like Aaron here, those 2 guys have history and they know each other. But right now, we're starting a rookie camp today, and coach has the ability to spend some time with Drew, who we drafted. We're excited to have him in the fold. And the last few weeks, Will's been around, and watching these guys work together, it's been pretty cool to watch. I saw Coach McCarthy. Was that in 2000? Watch him work with guys like Jake Delhomme and Aaron Brooks, and watch how he helped those guys become better pros. And I've seen how he's been working with Will so far. And hey, today these rookies are here. Today's a great day. You got these rookies. We drafted these guys, and they're here. We can start working with them, helping them become better football players, and help us become a better football team. And look, at the end of the day, we're all searching for championships, not only this year but in the future. So the balancing, there's some balancing you have to do, like your question asked. But we're confident that the rules allow us to do it all.
Not to say that you're conceding a game by allowing OG Anunoby to get healthy, but, I'd much rather be up 3-0 and get the rest on the backside of the series than all of a sudden it would feel like lose some of that momentum of winning 5 in a row and in such dominant fashion. Just how important is Anunoby to what the Knicks are doing?
Chris, he's been their most consistent guy throughout this little stretch that you mentioned. I mean, Jalen Brunson gets the headlines. He's the star. He's the baddest dude going almost in the entirety of the playoffs at this point. But Anunoby is helping them in so many different ways. And we've seen the scoring at times, but he's one of those guys that you need in order to keep winning. I see the point about trying to keep him out there tonight if he's ready to roll. What I would tell you is if you're dealing with what he's dealing with and those hamstring injuries and all that, that is something to be very cautious about, because if he makes the wrong move and he's not feeling pretty solid moving forward, then you're really going to screw yourself up for the next couple weeks. So we'll see who's out there. The fact that Philly may not have Embiid again. I mean, I came into this series thinking Philly could absolutely win, and they had an advantage matchup-wise. And then Embiid can hardly move in game 1, doesn't play in game 2, and now we're sitting here a few hours before game 3 like,